Chapter 988. What the fuck? Seeing this, Swordsmanship was shocked. He knew that things were not going well, so he turned and ran. But then he thought about it, and felt that it was not safe. If he ran, he would definitely be killed by the explosion. Anxious, he ran into the Tower of Annihilation like a cornered dog jumping over a wall. There was a loud bang. Swordsmanship felt as if his back was smashed by a giant hammer. In an instant his internal organs were burning. He fell to the ground of the Void Extermination Tower, and coughed out mouthfuls of blood. I've been plotted against. This time, Swordsmanship did not hesitate. He directly touched the Skymending Stone with one hand. The Skymending Stone was always the most suitable for healing injuries. A trap? How could such a fight be a trap? Swordsmanship groaned and gritted his teeth. However, he still admired them from the bottom of his heart. They are really good men. They actually used their own lives to construct this trap. They are all scheming people. They knew that I didn't understand this jungle, and wanted to gain experience from them as soon as possible. Therefore they simply rushed out and used these powders to attract me. They wanted me to have the idea of robbing their powders, and robbing their experience. Then, at such a delicate moment, they gathered together and blew themselves up. What a scheme! What a decisive move! If I didn't have the Skymending Tower, and if I didn't change my mind, I'm afraid I would have been plotted against by them. Swordsmanship was drenched in cold sweat. They used their own lives to construct the trap. They used their own lives to fight. They used their own lives to make the explosion. They used such a deep scheme to turn themselves into a mass of brilliant fireworks, and create a chance for victory. How heroic! The damage caused to Swordsmanship by the explosion was unprecedented, and it was also the heaviest he had ever suffered. If he did not have the Skymending Stone to prolong his life and heal his injuries, this self-explosion alone was enough to consign Swordsmanship to eternal damnation. Swordsmanship rested for a while in the space of the Tower of Annihilation. After confirming that his injuries had recovered, he emerged again. Unsurprisingly, he encountered a series of self-detonations again. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, exploded the moment Swordsmanship's head popped out. There wasn't the slightest bit of hesitation or neglect. Then, the entire forest was engulfed in a mushroom cloud. Puff! But this time, Swordsmanship was prepared. Swordsmanship was an old comrade of Swordsmanship. He carried the heavenly witchcraft copper shovel on his back, protecting himself from head to toe as if he was carrying a giant turtle shell. Violent shockwaves crashed onto the heavenly witchcraft copper shovel. With a crisp dang sound that sounded like the sound of a bell, Swordsmanship, who was carrying the heavenly witchcraft copper shovel, was pushed 3,000 meters away by the shockwaves. Luckily I was quick-witted. Not only can this thing dig holes, it can also be used as a shield. Forcefully swallowing a mouthful of blood, Swordsmanship activated the Flaming Sun scripture to strengthen the shovel. With each shovel, he dug out a huge piece of soil that was more than 10 meters long. Then he drilled his head into the soil. As the Flaming Sun scripture continued to burn, the poisonous insects underground were burned to death one by one. He continued to dig until he reached a depth of 170 to 80 meters. Finally, there were no more poisonous insects wreaking havoc. Swordsmanship still did not dare to relax. Like a crazily spinning drill, he continued to dig down. It was as if he was going to dig through the entire Umno Alliance. He dug for more than 1,000 meters in a straight line. Then he dug dozens of meters horizontally. Finally, he found a direction and continued to dig. Forget it. I have completely given up on the idea of going up to the surface. It was rare for Swordsmanship to be convinced. These Umno Alliance warriors that he met were all standard desperados. It was no wonder that the two continents had been fighting for so many years at the front line of the Sun-Moon Pass. The fighting had been so fierce. Just this bravery alone was enough to make Swordsmanship gasp in amazement, and sigh at his own inferiority. He even somewhat admired them. That kind of respect for the enemy arose spontaneously, who would self-destruct without regard for their own lives, who would be willing to part with the boundless secular world. Everything that he had fought for in this world for his entire life was given up so decisively. This kind of courage, this kind of sacrifice, even if it was to deal with him, was worthy of respect. I might as well dig a little deeper. Then, I will hide in the Tower of Annihilation for a while. Then, I will ask Xiaolong to help me find a way. I don't believe that they have the ability to see through Xiaolong's special existence. When I really need to come out, I will come out from underground. During that time, I just need to go up to the surface to check the direction. Then, I will come back down and continue to dig. Such a good man. It's such a pity that he self-destructed for me. But I don't have the time now. They won't listen to me either. Xiaoduo was really ruthless this time. I'm not going up. I'm not going to train anymore. I'm going to dig all the way back. I'm scared. I'm scared. What can you guys do? It had to be said that Xiaoduo's idea was quite useful. After all, not everyone cultivated the Flaming Sun divine skill. They also had a big shovel made of peerless materials like the heavenly witchcraft copper. They also had a ridiculous amount of supplies. Also, there was the Tower of Annihilation that could provide a place to rest at any time. The underground of the Flaming Sun mountain range was never a good place. It was even more dangerous because the vision underground was even worse. Nothing could be seen, and it was easier to be attacked by poisonous insects. Ordinary people would not dare to dig a hole to survive here. Xiaoduo really did use this method. He would dig furiously for a while before coming up to check if he was heading in the wrong direction. If there were enemies, he would fight them. If there were no enemies, he would continue digging. Well, the main reason why he did not let Xiaolong scout the way was because this place had already been enveloped by the divine senses of countless Dao integration stage and ascension stage cultivators. Although Xiaolong did not seem to have a physical body, it could still be detected by the divine senses of high-level cultivators. If it was not necessary, Xiaoduo did not want to let it take the risk. He did this again and again. In one breath, he dug for more than 50 kilometers. Later on, he even found an underground river. The poisonous creatures in the river were like carts. However, Xiaoduo had the Flaming Sun divine skill. As long as he did not enter the river, he could only advance along the riverside. With the protection of the Flaming Sun divine skill, he was safe. He quickly leaped forward. Who would have thought that I would have such abilities? Someone under the burning order? Self-destruct? Come on, come and blow me up. Xiaoduo, who felt that he had succeeded in his scheme, was very pleased with himself. He was in high spirits as he yelled in his mind. High up in the sky, the great shaman of poisonous poison, and the others were all dumbfounded. They were speechless for a long time. Brother Devil, this grandson of yours, could it be that he was born in the year of the rat? He dug so skillfully. The shovel in his hand seems to be made of heavenly witchcraft copper? Wasn't this kid born when the guy's surnames were transformed into the mortal world? But looking at his wealth, it doesn't seem like it. The great shaman of West Sea's facial muscles were a little twisted. How can you spoil your child like this? Heavenly witchcraft copper. 1/2 ton is used to make a giant shovel? What the fuck? I've never seen such a shameless martial artist who is proud of himself instead of being ashamed. How can such trash be listed as a person under the burning order of human relations? What a disgrace. The great shaman of Zhu Mang's eyes were full of contempt. Come out and fight me if you have the guts. Lei Changtian's expression became relaxed. He said, what do you mean by moral integrity? Is moral integrity more important than life? Not ashamed but proud? I'm proud to have such a smart grandson. How is it shameful? Look at your smug face. Don't we, the martial artists of the UMNO Alliance, know the importance of life? During this chase, there have been 40 to 50 people who self-destructed one after another, right? The great shaman of poisonous poison snorted and said, only your grandson knows the value of life? Are we all stupid? Lei Changtian crossed his legs and said, then you have to think of a way yourselves. Don't tell me that all my grandsons are stupid enough to self-destruct like you guys? What kind of logic is this? Haha. Okay. You gave me this number. There are 3 of us here. I'm not afraid of you going crazy. The great shaman of poisonous poison narrowed his eyes and said very unhappily, let's wait and see. I'll hold up the number I gave you. Let's see if the sky will fall. Lei Changtian picked up the teacup. His expression became relaxed and unperturbed. I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. I was scared to death these few days. Fortunately, this little bastard is really capable. He didn't die from the explosion. And now he can come up with such a clever plan. He really has a family background. Pooh, family background. My family doesn't have such despicable methods. He must have inherited it from the Zhou family. Grandson, since the plan has worked, don't come out. Just keep digging underground. Dig all the way back to the Astral Soul's continent. At most, it will take a little longer. Lei Changtian prayed silently in his heart. As long as it took a little longer, the other side would definitely notice the abnormality of Zhou Xiaoduo's disappearance. At that time, there would be room for manipulation. He could imagine that even if his grandson could return safely this time, his daughter would probably go crazy. Sigh, as long as the child goes back, I'll continue to recuperate in seclusion. I haven't recovered from my internal injuries from flood in the past. I'll just cough. Anyway, I won't go back to send the child back to you. Just throw him to Yin Zhonghu or Yu Dongtian. Let them send him back to you. Lei Changtian, who gradually calmed down, began to think about the follow-up. He was counting his chickens before they hatched. After all, he was the demon ancestor, recognized by the 3 continents. It was normal for him to scheme against people. Could he throw the blame to Yu Dongtian? He tried not to take the blame for this, but soon, Lei Changtian began to lose his composure. In the distance, a yellow light suddenly appeared in the sky above the Red Sun mountain range like a meteor. It's here. The poisonous witch said lightly. Brother demon, we the boundless witch are the inheritors of thick earth Zhu Wu. We have a treasure that can overturn mountains and fill seas. That earth-penetrating seal, don't tell me you've forgotten? Lei Changtian's face twitched. He said sternly, the favor token has a rule. We can't fight above the heavens. Be careful, we won't fight above the heavens. The poisonous witch laughed. I'm curious how Zhou Xiaoduo will hide under the earth-penetrating seal. Chapter 989. The Zhumeng Grand Shaman chuckled. Brother Mo, have you forgotten that we are all good brothers of Big Brother Flood? Why would we violate his rules? From the beginning to the end, we haven't done anything to Zhou Xiaoduo. For example, what can you do to him now? Let's see where your good grandson can escape to this time. Turn over the place where Zhou Xiaoduo is hiding. Let's see where this earth mouse can escape to. Lei Changtian immediately became restless, and his expression slowly turned ferocious. Are these 3 things forcing me to fight with my life? You 3 brats probably don't know that Master Mountain God's body is made of stone. Zhou Xiaoduo's underground location had already crossed the outer periphery and started to enter the central region of the Red Sun mountain range. Although there was still some distance to the central region, the heat here had already reached the point where it could melt gold and iron. As Zhou Xiaoduo continued to dig and move forward, he gradually felt that the surrounding heat had a considerable effect on his Flaming Sun Sutra. He couldn't help but feel delighted. This place is actually my blessed land. What a pleasant surprise. Zhou Xiaoduo simply opened up his entire body and started to absorb the heat and spiritual energy with all his might. There were definitely not many natural places to cultivate the Flaming Sun Sutra like this. To me, such an opportunity is a gift from the heavens. As he absorbed, the power of the Flaming Sun Sutra on Zhou Xiaoduo's body flourished even more vigorously, as if a small sun had appeared underground. Countless golden flames spewed and burned from Zhou Xiaoduo's body. Somewhere deep underground, something seemed to have been startled by the power of Zhou Xiaoduo's Red Sun Sutra and Golden Sun Sutra. I might as well walk slowly. I need to absorb more. There won't be such a good thing when I go back. Zhou Xiaoduo thought as he cultivated with all his might. Just as he was thinking this, another shocking change occurred. Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly felt the entire mountain range start to shake. That a giant seal suddenly flew into the sky, while emitting a blinding glow. A mysterious force appeared, and sprang into the ground with a boundless aura. Translator. Zephizi editor. Dioquine grand and vigorous aura suddenly filled the world. The West Sea shaman proudly introduced with boundless longing and reverence. This is the power of our Wu people's ancestor, thick earth Zhu Wu. This power is able to move mountains, fill seas, and overturn the earth. It's a pity that our descendants are incompetent and unable to use their full strength. Lei Changtian was dumbfounded, looking down, feeling the earth-shattering power and aura. He was already stunned. This is Zuwu's power? And only a little? It's too powerful that the Earth's power, the Earth's power. The air in a radius of thousands of miles suddenly rippled like waves. A feeling of reunion after a long separation suddenly rushed into everyone's hearts. How could there be such a feeling? What kind of feeling was this? Everyone was stunned. Who? Reunited after a long separation? Why would I have such a feeling? Immediately after boom. The earth was overturned. Zuo Duo still didn't understand what was going on. He only heard a loud explosion. The entire ground was flipped over and flipped into the sky. And Zuo Duo, who was wrapped in fiery red soil and rocks, also flew into the sky without exception. What the? Zuo Duo was horrified. He wanted to hide in the space extermination tower, but found that he could not move. It's over. In midair, more than 500 returnants, mysterious experts, were all pale and exhausted. Just now, when they used the Earth extermination seal, they had almost used up all their strength. In another direction, Tu Yunxiao, who was holding the God Spirit seal, took the opportunity to use all his strength. And beside him, there were 3 other people who were continuously injecting energy into his body. Suddenly, a ray of light shot out from the God Spirit seal. With a targeted posture, it rushed straight into the earth and rocks that were overturning the sky like huge waves, and firmly locked onto a blurry figure that was flailing about and falling down. Found it! Over there! Tu Yunxiao roared. Around, more than 100 burning body token elders who had been waiting for a long time, all rushed over with lightning speed from all directions. Everyone was duty-bound to not look back. Everyone was unafraid of death. This time, there was only one explosion. In the central area, the moment the earth of the mountain range was overturned, the leading 10 people had already joined forces and rushed to the most central position. At this moment, everyone's faces were as pale as paper. Obviously, they had pushed their yuan energy to the point of draining the pond to catch fish, exceeding the limit. But they did not hesitate and laughed in unison. Brothers, let's go! Go! With a loud sound, the 10 people directly self-exploded. There was another explosion, and the mountain range that was flipped over was blasted into dust once more. Zuo Duo let out a miserable groan. Although he was thousands of feet away, he was directly flipped out by the Earth extermination seal just now. The spiritual energy in his body had been completely frozen, and he had no ability to dodge or move, nor did he have the strength to twist and turn. He could only passively endure the self-explosion of these 10 experts. His internal organs were once again displaced, and he spat out mouthfuls of blood. His body was directly thrown up more than 5,000 meters into the sky. Although countless mountain rocks were blown to pieces and smoke filled the sky, Zuo Duo appeared in such a complete state. No matter how he disguised himself, he was still extremely eye-catching. Zuo Duo is over there. I see him. Blow him up. In the sky, several young masters were furious. Charge over there and blow him up. Hundreds of figures resolutely rushed towards Zuo Duo. They were like moths flying into a flame, poignant and heroic. For the Umno Alliance. For the Wu people. An old man with white hair and beard rushed to the front and shouted loudly, "Brothers!" Countless old men followed closely behind, and as they moved in unison, they laughed and said, "Brothers, let's go! Let's go! Not alone! I'm not alone!" Zuo Duo floated and rolled in the air. Looking at the people rushing toward him like a phantom line, he could not move. At this moment, he was at the critical moment of life and death. He could not help but feel furious. At this critical moment, Bai and Jiu, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly appeared. Their spiritual energy exploded to the extreme, and instantly filled Zuo Duo's spiritual ocean. With a clang, the sword of Empress Enviwa appeared. The power of an innate spiritual treasure, the aura of an unparalleled divine weapon, suddenly exploded. At this moment, Zuo Duo suddenly felt that someone in front of him was watching him. In front of him? Watching him? Oh my god. Then, A mysterious spiritual energy rushed into Zhuoxiaoduo's mind. His dantian suddenly responded, and his spiritual energy surged to an unprecedented level, breaking free from the earth-penetrating seal. In the sky, Tu Yunxiao was in charge of the spiritual seal. His eyes were like an eagle's. Through the miniature of the spiritual seal, he sensitively noticed that Zhuoxiaoduo's eyelids fluttered. He could not help but shout, "Oh no, he's recovered. How can he recover so quickly?" Boom! The white-haired old man in the lead did not hesitate. He rushed at full speed and brazenly self-destructed. Zhuoxiaoduo die. Boom, boom. Boomed. The 15 people who were about to reach the predetermined position, all self-destructed at the same time. Zhuoxiaoduo, who was in midair, was instantly submerged in smoke and dust and disappeared. It was as if he had been blasted into smithereens by this extremely violent chain of explosions. Not even his bones were left. The entire sky above Mount Crimson Sun was instantly covered by a rain of blood. The entire sky turned pink. In the sky, Lei Changtian was already fighting with the 3 great shamans. The wind and clouds were surging, and cracks in space covered the sky like a spider web. He chose to attack when the earth-penetrating seal was used and Zhuoxiaoduo was flipped out. However, Wu Du and the other 2 gritted their teeth and forcefully endured Lei Changtian's attack. They did not let this demon ancestor charge out more than 1,000 feet. Wu Du Zhu Mang Shi Hai. In this life, I will never coexist with the 3 of you. Lei Changtian roared with grief and indignation. His heart and liver were torn apart. At this moment, it was as if high-level martial artists and peak returnance martial artists did not need money. After those 15 people, more than 20 body incineration martial artists once again gathered together and self-destructed. The entire sky fell into a continuous, uncontrollable tremor. The space was in a fragmented state and did not calm down for a long time. Those cracks in space flashed with a sinister black light in midair. They were like giant mouths that could swallow all living things and annihilate all life. Smoke and dust continued to fill the air. Countless large rocks were still scattered and shattered. In the midst of this chain of explosions, the volcano beside them also began to erupt. It spewed out large amounts of magma that shot thousands of meters into the air. It seemed that this ecological environment was about to be completely destroyed by this series of unforeseen events, leaving behind a scene of devastation. At this moment, even the flying Dao integration powerhouses above his head were trying their best to avoid this area. The entire area, to put it bluntly, had been blown up into nothingness. All that could be seen was a gigantic black hole that had appeared due to the abnormally strong explosion. The surrounding space was still mottled and fragmented, and the speed at which it repaired itself was extremely slow. Is Zhuoxiaoduo dead? Countless people were waiting for this result to arrive. Logically speaking, under such a series of explosive attacks, even a Dao-fusing expert would be dead without a doubt, let alone Zhuoxiaoduo. Furthermore, the few Gui Xian returning realm cultivators, who were within the radius of the explosion, were too close to the epicenter of the explosion. Before they could even self-destruct, they had already been torn to shreds by the shockwaves of their brothers' self-destructions. In a sense, they were like fish in a moat that had been caught in the crossfire. And each of these people was much further away than Zhuoxiaoduo. If they were not lucky enough, would Zhuoxiaoduo still have a chance to escape? The power of the most direct explosion had already come to an end, but the reverberations that filled heaven and earth were far from over. In fact, there were even signs that they were becoming more and more intense. As time passed, the 5 volcanoes that were originally unaffected by the explosion also showed signs of eruption under the continuous reverberations of heaven and earth. Moreover, the eruption was becoming more and more intense, and it was getting out of hand. As black smoke filled the air, an earth-shattering boom sounded, and a fiery red light shot into the air. One of the volcanoes had begun to erupt. As the first volcano began to erupt, the third volcano also began to erupt. Countless streams of lava spewed out like a flood, converging from 5 different directions toward the depression in the middle. The lava in this area of the Red Sun Mountain Range was very different from the lava that everyone knew. It was bright red in color, and there was even a faint trace of a scorching white color. Everywhere it passed, everything was incinerated, and even space was completely vaporized. The originally surviving vegetation was completely incinerated by the scorching lava. No matter how resistant they were to high temperatures, they could not withstand the continuous surging of lava like this. The heat waves steamed, turning into a large amount of black smoke and white gas, raging up and filling heaven and earth. The huge basin in the middle had turned into a huge magma lake in an extremely short period of time. However, a huge amount of magma was still pouring into it. It was a shocking and spectacular sight. Looking at the situation, Swordsmanship should be dead. Because of the previous great change, the warriors who had first retreated and then turned back, upon seeing this, all retreated desperately, avoiding this terrifying area that could kill people. In an instant, except for the rumbling sounds caused by the eruption of the volcanoes, everyone else's faces were pale, and their eyes were filled with fear. No one said a word. Several young masters rushed to Tu Yunxiao's side like a whirlwind and said, "Quickly use the soul seal to confirm the status of Swordsmanship's soul seal. Has it really disappeared?" These people were Hai Hunshan, Sha Hun, Shaja, Sha Yu Kami no Su, Yenziki, and another one, the other one from the boundless Great Witch family, who was also the one in charge of the earth-penetrating seal, a young man who looked to be in his 30s. The core of the young master's side was led by these 8 people. Originally, the Thunder Cat should be included, but now the Thunder Cat had already retreated. Of course there was still Sha Diao, but Sha Diao was really not the core, so he was just drifting outside. At this moment, his eyes were shining, and he looked like he was ready to fight with the volcano. Tu Yunxiao's face was pale as he controlled the soul seal. He hurriedly said, "Please give me a hand. I just consumed too much spiritual power. With my current strength, I can't control the soul seal for a long time." The few people next to him didn't hesitate. They hurriedly transferred their spiritual power to help Tu Yunxiao. The soul seal flashed a strange light again, and a white light shot straight to the bottom of the magma lake below. "He's not dead." Hai Hunshan was completely shocked. "It's already like this, and this kid is still not dead? Preposterous. Preposterous." Sha Hun looked at the bubbling magma lake, and his eyes stared straight. "He's not dead? He's still here? He's still here?" The new magma lake was so hot that the steam rushed up tens of thousands of meters into the sky. According to the soul seal's positioning, Swordsmanship, a big living person, was currently soaking in the magma lake. After being attacked repeatedly, he was still alive. Was this a joke or a joke? Everyone was dumbfounded. Fuck, what kind of vitality was this? He was too resilient. The 8 young masters froze in the air, not knowing how to react. High in the sky. The 4 people who were fighting to the death also stopped at the same time. It was because Swordsmanship's soul seal was still there, which meant that this kid was still alive. It's impossible. After so many explosions, he's still not dead? The non-poisonous witch couldn't help but scratch his hair and murmur, "He's really resilient." The Zhu Mang witch blinked and said, "My life is really tough." The West Sea witch tilted his neck. "This kid is still alive." The demon ancestor Lei Changtian said, "Fuck. I was so fucking scared to death." The 4 people breathed a sigh of relief one after another, but the meaning of relief was obviously different. The 3 witches sighed, but the demon ancestor was glad from the bottom of his heart. He felt like he was hovering between life and death. The West Sea witch squinted. "Are we still fighting? Why are we still fighting?" The non-poisonous witch rolled her eyes. "You're really resistant to anesthesia. You're really tough. I don't think the situation is very good." Lei Changtian said, "Ha ha ha. I think we should continue to ride the donkey and read the songbook. Let's wait and see." He had no choice. He only had his brother now, and fighting against them was the worst strategy. There was no possibility of gaining any advantage. Even if he lost his life, he still couldn't defeat the 3 witches or take away Swordsmanship. Now that Swordsmanship was still alive, of course, he had to use this tactful method to settle this matter. "Drink tea. Drink tea. Is there wine? You're quite thoughtful. Do you want to change it on the dot?" "On the dot. Old demon, can't you do it?" It's rare for everyone to get together. Of course, count me in. On the dot. As a result, the few people who had been fighting for their lives just a moment ago, and were almost playing with their lives, became drinking and chatting again. That the forces of the UMNO alliance were still rushing over, and more people were gathering. But now, no matter how many people there were, they couldn't do anything in the face of the lake-like magma lake in front of them. Among the people in front of them, the highest cultivation level was only at the peak of the profound returning realm. They really couldn't get into the magma lake to find Swordsmanship. Swordsmanship specialized in fire attribute cultivation techniques, and had many supplies and treasures, so he wouldn't die in there. But do you really want to go in and try? Once the protective true essence couldn't withstand the high heat, you would be cooked after rolling twice at most. At this time, the 5 volcanoes around them finally stopped erupting. But no one knew whether it was the effect of the earth-penetrating seal, or the volcanoes or the magma lake. But the terrain of the magma lake area showed a trend of getting higher and higher. What was even more incredible was that although the volcanoes had stopped erupting, the temperature of the magma lake didn't show any signs of decreasing. For some reason, it even continued to rise. The magma lake now gave people a subtle feeling that it was a super big bomb, and it could explode at any time. The core area of the Scarlet Sun Mountain Range was about 20 miles away from here. That area was originally the hottest area, and also the highest place. But now, the temperature of this magma lake that had suddenly appeared was shockingly higher than that of the core area. As time went on, the terrain of the basin area in front of them gradually rose faster and faster, and it became more and more obvious. It felt as if there was a giant below, holding up the entire magma lake, and slowly standing up. Some people noticed that it wasn't just the magma lake area in front of them. Even the surrounding mountains were rising, and the surface of the ground was also changing. Under this continuous change, the original core area of the Scarlet Sun Mountain Range became lower. After a while, on the opposite side of the central area, in the direction of the tail of the magma lake, the mountain range continued to rise, causing the magma lake area to gradually show a trend of slowly tilting. Everyone didn't know why, but they all stared with their eyes wide open. Their faces were full of astonishment, and they didn't know why such a change was happening. Actually, it wasn't just them. Even the few almighty figures in the sky were staring with their eyes wide open, not knowing what was going on. How could this be? Although the earth-penetrating seal was powerful, it couldn't possibly have such an effect. And just when the magma lake tilted to a certain extent, the magma finally began to overflow bit by bit, flowing toward the strange terrain of the central area of the Scarlet Sun Mountain Range. As the magma lake tilted, the magma lake began to flow outward. All the terrain and obstacles along the way were completely burned and flattened. Even a small mountain along the way that was in the way was only blocked for a moment, as the magma lake continued to flow past. The small mountain was assimilated by the magma, and also turned into magma, flowing away together. On this side, the magma lake that was still tilting up had already become a natural ladle. The magma in the ladle was surging out more and more rapidly. Rumbled. The continuously surging magma torrent announced that it had officially taken shape. It was abundant and unstoppable, and its momentum was unparalleled. A series of earth-shattering explosions, and a series of unforeseen events occurred. The sea turned into mulberry fields and the landscape changed. At this moment, the massive magma torrent surged into the Scarlet Sun Mountain Range with the momentum of a tsunami. Originally, the terrain was the highest, but now, it was reduced to the central area with the lowest altitude. This scene was simply a rare spectacle, and this rare spectacle was accomplished in a single day. However, this rare scene could only be maintained for a short period of time. At this moment, the difference between the height of the magma lake and the bottom had already reached a height of nearly 700 meters. Just like that, it poured down with a rumble. Under the baptism of the torrential magma torrent, everything below was either submerged or assimilated into a magma-like substance and flowed away. Many unknown rocks below were all like magma. And then the magma above continued to pour down like the Milky Way. Waterfall. Magma waterfall. After a while, specks of starlight suddenly rose in the mountain range. An inexplicable feeling quietly rose from the valley. Then a mysterious and inexplicable red light suddenly soared into the sky, covering the sun and the sky. It actually caused the other areas of the whole world to fall into a strange dark state. Under the dazzling red light, it was as if even the sun had disappeared. Everyone could only see that the dazzling red light became more and more dazzling, and the range of its influence became wider and wider. Gradually, the entire sky became red. The red light was so grand that it was extremely dazzling. It was extremely domineering. After a series of unexpected changes, the scene in front of them was so grand. In the sky, except for the 9 disciples of the great sorcerer, no one else could stand. And these 9 people stood in the sky with a confused look and couldn't move at all. The 8 of them were together, and they were dumbfounded. There was also Sha Diao, who was standing alone in the sky on the other side of the sky with a stiff body. The 9 of them were scared out of their wits. How could this be? What's going on? Who fixed me in place? The others were forced to retreat by the red light, and they were isolated thousands of miles away. And the experts who were flying in the sky above were also teleported away with a confused look. Even they didn't know what was going on, and they were already thousands of miles away. All of this happened in a very strange way. And in a higher place, the 4 people who were drinking also showed a surprised look, and they all looked down. They saw the red light overflowing everywhere, and an indescribable scorching power, with the power to burn the heavens and destroy the earth, brazenly rushed up to an extremely high altitude. An unprecedentedly grand aura suddenly took shape, as if a majestic giant, whose head reached the sky and feet stepped on the ground, was standing in front of them. Get out! Although they didn't really hear such a voice, the 4 of them had such a feeling, and it was unusually clear and real. And the domineering aura they felt was even more earth-shattering, and heaven and earth lost its color. The 3 great sorcerers, Wu Du, Shi Hai, and Zhu Meng's expressions changed drastically. The demon ancestor Lei Changtian felt his blood and qi churning, and the spiritual energy in his dantian was flowing in the opposite direction. In an instant, his 5 internal organs were almost ruptured. This aura was clearly divided into friend and foe. To the 3 great sorcerers, it was only banishment, not even a light punishment. But to the demon ancestor, it had the intention to kill him. And with the power displayed by this aura, it wasn't rare or impossible to kill the demon ancestor Lei Changtian. Lei Zhangtian, the devil ancestor, let out a strange howl. He stood up, tore the space apart and flew backward. The 3 senior magi behind him were pushed out by that great power, following the devil ancestor's move. These 4 could be said to be the most powerful people in the world. If they really joined forces, they might even be able to fight against the Flood Witch. But they didn't have the slightest strength to resist, and they were thrown out of the current space by this aura. Such a scene, such an unforeseen event. If one didn't see it with their own eyes, how could they believe it? Puff! Lei Changtian spat out a mouthful of blood, and he was dumbfounded. What's going on? The flood is here in person. Even the greatly improved flood doesn't have such power. What kind of power is this? What kind of power is this? The 3 great sorcerers looked as if they had seen a ghost. This is the power of Zhu Wu's level. This is the power of Zhu Wu Zhurong's aura. But how is this possible? Zhu Wu Zhurong? Hearing the words of the 3 great sorcerers, Lei Changtian murmured almost unconsciously. Then, as if he was suddenly awakened, he raised his head and cried out, Zhu Wu! The 4 of them looked over again, and they saw that in front of them was the space of extreme red light. A figure with a powerful posture that seemed to fill the whole world appeared. Judging from the height of this figure, he was at least a few thousand meters tall. His facial features were clear, and his figure was majestic. Just by standing in the air and looking around, he naturally emanated a domineering aura of supremacy that filled the sky and dominated the world. The eyes of this figure glanced at the 4 people. Most likely, everyone here was like an ant, and only these 4 people were worthy of his attention. Picking the tallest one out of the shortest, they were just SOSO, Lei Zhangtian, and the other 3 men suddenly felt as if they were suffocating. It was An indescribable sense of oppression. It's really Zhuwu Zhurong. The non-poisonous great sorcerer almost stopped breathing, and he groaned with difficulty. He looked straight at the giant that filled the world, and his eyes were full of awe, respect, and yearning. That this was the level of Zhuwu's power. This was the level of Zhuwu's power. That was his life's goal. This was the pinnacle of power belonging to the Wu people. That figure only glanced over here once, and then slowly turned around and merged into the Red Sun mountain range. That huge figure dissipated bit by bit in the air, and finally disappeared. However, the glaring red light of the Red Sun mountain range became even more restless. The West Sea Great Sorcerer was dumbfounded. Suddenly, his mind became clear, and he activated the soul-shaking technique without hesitation. Second brother, come quickly. Zhuwu Zhurong has appeared. Zhuwu Zhurong's divine consciousness projection appeared, but the great Inferno sorcerer, who had inherited Zhurong's bloodline, was not here. What a pity. That giant figure slowly sank into the valley, and the increasingly hot flames rapidly rose into the sky. 9 streaks of red light turned into rainbows and swept up Sha Hun, Hai Hunshan, and the others who were frozen in midair. Then they were forcefully dragged down into the valley. The entire space stabilized, and the huge lava lake became calm. Not even the slightest bit of heat was left. All that was left was a fiery red lake that was tens of thousands of acres of flat land. The next moment, the sky suddenly returned to blue sky and white clouds, and the red sun hung high in the sky. It was as if nothing had happened. However, Tu Yunxiao and the other 8 people, as well as Zhuo Xiaoduo, seemed to have disappeared from this world. Under that lava lake, Lei Changtian almost had a cerebral hemorrhage when he saw this. He moaned as if he was about to cry. My grandson is also down there. The great sorcerer and the others looked at each other and did not say anything for a long time. Only your grandson? What the fuck? We have a total of 9 people. Kami no Su from the Zhumang Great Sorcerer clan. Sha Hun, Sha Yu Sha Zhakov, Sha Diao from the Golden Scale Great Sorcerer clan. Tu Yunxiao and Tu Yunyan from the Boundless Great Sorcerer clan. Yen Ziki from the Burning Candle Great Sorcerer clan. Hai Hunshan from the West Sea Great Sorcerer clan. That these direct descendants, the geniuses of the clan, were all sealed down here. What should they do? According to the ancient legends, the Red Sun Mountain was the place where the great sorcerer Zhurong died. However, that was just a legend. Moreover, there were many similar legends. The great sorcerer of raging fire would come here dozens of times every year. But he did not find anything. Why was there such a sudden change this time? A Zhurong ancestor of the Magus clan, what was going on? Chapter 990. The entire Red Sun Mountain range had undergone the most drastic changes in appearance. At this moment, disaster was everywhere, and no one could survive. Billowing heat waves soared into the sky. The central area was as flat as a mirror, but it was crimson like blood. It looked like it could burn the sky and destroy the earth. However, if someone was close to it, they would feel the heat overflowing from it. It was no different from ordinary ground. However, everyone knew that below it was magma, that even high-level martial artists could not resist. There was also the power of fire, that was even more powerful than magma. The current situation was not only strange, but also inexplicably strange. Above the boiling magma, there was a frozen surface. This was incomprehensible and unimaginable. Apart from this central area, the other areas within a radius of 1,000 miles were filled with raging flames. No one could survive. No matter how high one's cultivation was, even the demon ancestor and several great shamans would be isolated, let alone others. The monstrous power displayed by Zhuwu Zhurong was still enough to intimidate any powerhouse in this world, even after so many years. No one could take half a step forward. As long as one got close, they would receive an early warning. It was the early warning of danger for high-level cultivators. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The overwhelming power of spirit power, mixed with a sharp sense of killing intent, made everyone on the scene clearly feel that if they kept moving forward, they would be attacked by the power that Zhurong ancestor of Magi had left behind. Across the entire continent, Even the Flood Witch, who was known to be invincible, was not confident that she could resist this power and not die. Lei Zhongtian and the others could only look at the ocean and sigh. The West Sea Great Shaman and the others were anxious and worried about the safety of the many descendants of the Umno Alliance. But that was all they were worried about. Lei Changtian was different. His heart was about to explode that none of the four top masters dared to leave or act rashly. The current situation was very delicate. Except for Zhou Xiaoduo, the people who were trapped in the central area were the descendants of the various great wizard clans. They were the leaders of the next generation. If they died in battle, it would be fine. However, if they died in the place of inheritance of the ancestral sorcerer, it would be a big joke. That is for Lei Changtian. That at this moment, Lei Changtian was increasingly regretting why he had acted so cleverly, causing his precious treasure to be trapped in this place. Her life and death were unknown, and her luck and fortune were unpredictable. If anything were to happen to this brat, not to mention how his elder brother and son-in-law would react, even his own daughter would hunt him down for the rest of his life. Moreover, they would have to perish together if they caught up. For tens of thousands of years, there was only one seedling in 1,000,000 acres of land. Therefore, the current situation was extremely delicate. The three grand shamans and the devil ancestor were all frozen near the left side, waiting silently at the edge of the boundary. Lei Changtian had already cursed himself 1,000 times in his heart. Lei Changtian, oh Lei Changtian, what is wrong with your brain every day? Back then he was hot-headed. He had brought his daughter to experience the world, and then he had lost his daughter. A good cabbage had been taken away by that damn Zhou Changchang. Then, after a period of time, in order to improve, he was hot-headed. He chose the devil path regardless of the consequences, and trained himself until he was neither human nor ghost. Even if he got the nickname of the devil ancestor, what was the point? No matter how ancestor he was, wasn't he still a devil? Then, in order to prove that he was still a pillar of the astral souls, a role model for the human race, and not weaker than the imperial monster inspector or the Emperor Zhaixing, he was hot-headed. He killed the genius of the Umno Alliance and lost all his brothers. Now, after cultivating for so many years, healing his old wounds, and reappearing in the world, he still did not learn his lesson. He was hot-headed. He wanted to do his best for his daughter, but he was afraid that the couple would be too spoiled. So he personally took action to train his grandson. As a result, Lei Zhongtian was really regretting his decision. Could he not be hot-headed? On the other side, the great fire shaman who was in seclusion was also shocked by this sudden change. He was frightened. The great fire shaman of the West Sea Shaman. He was originally at the critical moment of meditation. After the guidance of the Flood Witch, he had already faintly felt the direction of the road ahead. He was no longer as confused as before. He could almost see clearly and move forward steadily. When he was inexplicably excited, the great fire shaman came. The great fire shaman directly spat out a mouthful of blood and was directly driven out of the mysterious state. He directly began to curse. Fucking West Sea. I haven't been able to find a way for so many years. Now that I have finally glimpsed the door, you old bastard, you scared me out. I will remember this account, and I will definitely calculate with you. Finally, the artistic conception still existed. The great fire shaman anxiously replied to the great fire shaman of the West Sea. Get out. Then he went back to seclusion. The great fire shaman did not really pay attention to what the great fire shaman of the West Sea said from beginning to end. His mind was full of new insights, and his thoughts were to quickly grasp the inspiration. If he could not grasp this kind of flash of inspiration, he might not be able to have a second chance in his life. Three great shamans and a demon ancestor suddenly stood outside. Every day felt like a year, and they sighed from time to time. They looked at each other and felt that each other's eyes were the same color as their own. They were all at a loss and did not know how to deal with it. At this moment, we are in the same boat. What can we do? The great fire shaman of the West Sea side, the great fire shaman of the poisonous poison shaman, also felt the same way. Now he was not as happy as he was when he first came out. His head drooped, and a small braid on his scalp which almost lost all his hair, fluttered in the wind. I really didn't expect. The people on both sides of the opposite side would become a nest of snakes and rats. The great fire shaman of the poisonous poison shaman murmured. The great fire shaman of the Zhu Mang said angrily, "Damn! Can you learn how to use idioms? How many years have I told you this? If you don't know how to use it, don't use it blindly. Otherwise, shut your broken mouth." Lei Changtian rolled his eyes. "Who is with you snakes and rats? You lost those rotten sweet potatoes and stinky bird eggs. And you are depressed for a while. Even with your status, you won't even be depressed. Sighing is the end, but I." When the demon ancestor said this, his voice was choked, and he almost burst into tears. Those two. I can't afford to offend either of them. A desolate feeling of having nothing left to live for suddenly filled his heart. There was nothing more desolate than this. In the future, my head will not be hot anymore. Zhuo was fixed in the air by an inexplicable force, like a mosquito trapped in resin. He had no room to struggle. He could only look at the countless burning body orders around him, rushing towards him as fast as lightning. Everyone had a resolute and heroic look on their faces. It's over. It's over. Zhuo was burning with anxiety. He activated all his primordial qi, genuine qi, and spiritual qi. He tried his best to struggle, but he was suppressed by the combined power of the earth-penetrating seal and the soul seal. He could not move at all. Just as someone was about to die from shock, Little White, Little Nine, and the sword of Empress Enviwa moved in unison. The vast and mighty aura that originated from innate spirit treasures erupted in an instant, cutting off the earth-penetrating seal's entrapment effect. Zhuo was finally able to break free. He wanted to escape into the Tower of Destruction immediately to avoid the earth-shattering explosion that was about to happen. Now that the battle was fierce and dangerous, it was a matter of life and death. Whether or not he exposed his trump card had become secondary. Everything was to save his own life. If he stayed outside, he would be turned into fireworks together with the burning body orders. Even if he managed to sneak into the Tower of Destruction in time, he would still have to bear the impact of the explosion. He might not be able to survive. Would he be able to escape this calamity? Just as the most extreme moment arrived, an extremely hot and indescribably terrifying power rushed up from the ground, once again locking Zhuo in place and pulling him down. This power came very suddenly. Following the appearance of this power, the self-detonation attacks of the group of esteemed immolation, Ritz people also came crashing down. What made Zhuo extremely surprised was that although the scorching energy had shackled him tightly, it had also blocked the self-detonation of the esteemed immolation Rit, which was enough to kill Zhuo 10 or 20 times over. It had blocked it so easily, as if it was nothing at all. Oh, that's true. Zhuo's heart that was still unwilling to die was instantly put down by half. He tried to stretch his legs, widen his eyes, and straighten his back. Unfortunately, he still couldn't move at all. Just as Zhuo didn't know whether he should be happy or sad, or should he be glad that he could survive such a dangerous situation, that the Wahuang sword, which had worked together to break the binding of the earth-penetrating seal, let out a sword cry. Suddenly, its aura became violent. As if it had seen its enemy from its previous life, it once again burst out with an unprecedentedly intense sword aura, roaring and rushing toward the hot power. Unfortunately, the moment of contact, the hot power only paused for a very short moment. Then with a whoosh, it forcefully wrapped around the Wahuang sword and pulled it down. The Wahuang sword and Zhuo's aura were connected as if they were one. Of course, Zhuo was pulled down together with the Wahuang sword. Whoosh! He was like a stiff salted fish. Fuck. Zhuo cried bitterly in his heart. He had always been willing to sacrifice his life, but at this moment, he was cursing endlessly in his heart. Brother, I didn't intend to live and die together with the Wahuang sword. It provoked you, so go and find it. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. Why are you involving me? I'm an undeserved disaster. An unexpected disaster. He fell all the way down, as if he was in a nightmare. After a long time, Zhuo only felt that his body had been passing through the vast volcanoes all the way. It was a subtle feeling that he couldn't reach the bottom. At this moment of despair, Swaxiaoduo's brain twitched. He didn't know why, but he unexpectedly remembered something Li Qinglong said during the Starry Mountain trial. "Boss, if you encounter danger, go into the volcano's crater." At this moment, Swaxiaoduo only wanted to say, "Swollen, your mouth is too accurate. I really came in. But I didn't come involuntarily. I was dragged in. I was dragged in. I was dragged in. I was wiped out. I really want to beat your crow's beak to death." Chapter 991. After an unknown amount of time, Swaxiaoduo finally felt his body come into contact with something solid. It seemed like he had bumped into something hard. Then, he felt as if his whole body was falling apart. His chest felt stuffy, and it was extremely difficult to breathe. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood and immediately fainted. The only vague thought in his mind was, "Sigh, I really can't escape this time. What a pity. I haven't consummated my marriage with Nian Cat yet." Then he lost all consciousness. The Wahuang sword let out a clanging sound, as if it was a defeated soldier that had lost a battle. It stabbed into the ground beside Swaxiaoduo without any luster. Its glory was gone. "Today, I am a dragon in the shallows, and a tiger in the plains is bullied by dogs. Sob, sob, sob. Why aren't you strong enough?" Of course, Swaxiaoduo didn't know that there were 9 people who were gnashing their teeth and rubbing their palms to kill him. But they also fell down one after another. After an unknown amount of time, Swaxiaoduo slowly woke up. Cough, cough. After spitting out another mouthful of blood, Swaxiaoduo opened his eyes with difficulty. The first thing he did when he regained consciousness was to connect to the Tower of Void Destruction. As long as he could connect, he could use the Divine Stone to heal himself. At least it could help him continue to live. Unfortunately, he didn't know what was going on here. The Tower of Void Destruction, which was connected to his soul, couldn't be connected, but the space ring on his hand could still be used. He quickly took out 2 healing elixirs and threw them into his mouth. Then, he opened his eyes and checked his surroundings. This place can't be connected to the Tower of Void Destruction. It's a place of trouble. I can't stay here for long. Swaxiaoduo rolled and got up. Then, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. He was dizzy and stunned. As far as the eye could see, it was a boundless sea of fire. In all 4 directions, there was a sea of fire that stretched as far as the eye could see. In the entire space that was as big as a small world, only the place where he was standing was not invaded by the fire. Swaxiaoduo frowned and tried to take 2 steps to the east, 3 steps, 5 steps. Following a loud explosion, a blue flame came burning over. Swaxiaoduo's flaming sun scripture was completely unable to resist it. He screamed out in fear and desperately raised his head back. He could only see black ash falling down before his eyes. His hair, eyebrows, and the fine hairs on his face fluttering. They turned into ashes. What the hell? What kind of fire is this? How can he be so overbearing? Swaxiaoduo touched his face and found that there was a layer of blisters on his face. He hurriedly circulated his internal energy to recover, but there was still a lingering fear in his heart. This fire, he had only stepped out of the lightning pool slightly, but he had almost been burned to death. I'm cultivating a top-grade fire attribute cultivation method, but I still can't resist it at all? This fire was its level so high. But in the next moment, looking at the endless sea of fire, Swaxiaoduo, who was standing in a place of despair, did not feel the slightest bit of fear. Instead, his eyes were filled with a burning light. How is this a calamity? This is simply an extraordinary opportunity bestowed upon me by the heavens, right? As long as I absorb all of this sea of fire, my flaming sun scripture will definitely evolve to a whole new level. Then won't I be able to, fly into the sky? Then, when I see Nian Cat, won't I be able to, Swaxiaoduo looked at the sea of fire, his imagination running wild. His eyes were full of desire, but in the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. Because the sea of fire was changing again. From all directions from the horizon rows of flames, like the tip of a black and purple flame spear, formed bit by bit, pressing over from afar with a heavy aura. Looking further, It was clear that there were still rows of them forming. The progress seemed to be very slow, but there were no signs of it stopping. Looking at the densely packed black and purple spear tips that gradually filled the sky and gradually approached, Swishaoduo felt a chill run down his spine. He could clearly feel that the lethality of each spear tip formed by the black and purple flames was many times stronger than the blue flames from before. With his small body, there was no way he could withstand it. With the appearance of the black and purple flames, the sea of fire on the ground shrank bit by bit, retreating and gathering together to form even more powerful flames. They flew into the sky and formed the black and purple flame spear tips. As the flames on the ground gradually disappeared, the sky, including the top of his head, began to fill with the purple flame spear tips, layer by layer. After a while, Swishaoduo inadvertently discovered that not far in front of him, there was an extremely vast space. Mountains stood tall, filled with colorful clouds. The mountains were steep, and each peak towered above the clouds. It was a magnificent sight. There seemed to be someone murmuring, roaring and cursing in the distance. It also seemed that the war drums on the horizon were constantly beating. Suddenly, countless people appeared in the distance. They were fighting fiercely in a way that was far beyond Swishaoduo's understanding. The power of each of their movements was enough to destroy the world. This kind of power made Swishaoduo feel cold all over. His legs trembled, and he was dumbfounded. One of the people who was covered in flames was the focus of this battle. He was constantly fighting left and right. He fought with people, dragons, phoenixes, Kirans, and a group of people. In any case, he was constantly fighting, destroying, killing, and slaughtering living creatures. He was like a blood-stained warmonger, infinitely awe-inspiring. He didn't know how many enemies he had fought. In the last battle, he was fighting with a person wearing a crown. That person took out a bell, covered him, and then suddenly struck. The sound of the bell instantly shook the mountains and rivers. The whole universe seemed to be boiling because of this sound. Then, a desperate roar came from under the giant bell. Dong Huang. Then, with a tragic cry, an immeasurable sea of fire, and a boundless sea of fire emerged under the bell. After a while, all these scenes started from the beginning again, and then repeated until the last battle, when he was covered by the bell. With a shake, the sea of fire and the sea of fire appeared, and the cycle repeated. Swishaoduo seemed to understand. This place seemed to be just a broken sea of consciousness. That was why the Tower of Destruction, which was connected to his spirit, was cut off. That was why he could continue to use the space ring, which was connected to his spirit through the blood contract. Originally, the cycle of the scenes should be exactly the same. There was no difference at all. However, after observing for a long time, Swishaoduo slowly realized that the seemingly repeating scene was actually different every time. But if he didn't observe it for a long time, or if he didn't observe it over and over again, it would be difficult to discover it. There were many people in the scenes who didn't appear before, but appeared later. Or there were many people who appeared before, but didn't appear again after that. The only possibility for this situation was that this broken sea of consciousness was very unstable and could collapse at any time. Moreover, the memory was a little chaotic. It was just that the original owner of this sea of consciousness was too strong. So before the sea of consciousness completely collapsed, it still had a power that was beyond estimation, beyond imagination, and beyond understanding. As for this level, it was far beyond what Swishaoduo could handle. So he simply focused all of his attention on the content of the images that were repeating over and over again. These scenes could be called ancient mysteries and the most precious information. Since he couldn't do anything else, he might as well take these as a reward. Maybe he could see a glimmer of hope from them. There was only one end of the scenes in the sea of consciousness, which was the fall of the giant bell and the appearance of the boundless sea of fire. There were many other scenes, and there were many more involving outstanding people. There was a giant with a longbow. When he drew the bow and shot, the whole world suddenly turned dark. There was also a person who drowned the sky wherever he went. There was also a person who casually waved his hand and made the sky densely covered with thunder and lightning. There was also a person who raised a mountain from the ground and changed the sea into mulberry fields with a stomp of his foot. Of course, the one who appeared the most was the owner of this space. That was the red-robed man. With a move of his mind, the raging flames would burn the world. He watched as the red-robed man fought, and became stronger all the way. Then, finally the great battle began. The sky was densely covered with divine beasts, dragons, phoenixes, and Kylan soared. An earth-shattering battle unfolded. Later, it seemed that the person with the longbow was killed. For some reason, the red-robed man quarreled with the green-robed man who was originally on the same side. Then, they fought fiercely and fiercely. Then, both of them suffered great losses. The red-robed man rushed out alone angrily. Along the way, he killed countless demonic beasts, divine beasts, and holy beasts. There were also countless experts who looked like they were from the demon clan. Finally, he met the person who was wearing a royal robe and a crown. That was the Dong Huang that the red-robed man spoke of. In the final battle, the two of them seemed to have only said a few words before they started to fight. The red-robed man was obviously not the opponent of the crowned man. Moreover, he had lost a lot of energy in the previous battles. The disparity in strength between the two of them was even greater. In the end, it seemed that the crowned man said something, and the red-robed man laughed out loud in disdain. Then they started to fight again. However, a giant bell fell from the sky and ended the battle. The sea of fire, and the sea of fire appeared for a moment. The whole world turned into endless darkness. Then after a while, everything started again. Xiaoduo watched carefully as he walked quickly on the ground. As time went by, the sea of fire on the ground had condensed into purplish-black flame spears in the sky. They were densely arranged in the sky. There were at least hundreds of millions of them, and the number was still increasing. Xiaoduo ran quickly in the complicated terrain, trying to find a favorable terrain that he could use to hide himself. He was sure that the flame spears in the sky would fall sooner or later. As for the power of the flaming spears, even a single one of them was not something that he could bear, let alone such a huge number of them. Therefore, he had to find a place to hide. Survival was the most important thing. This had been engraved in Xiaoduo's mind for a long time. As time went by, Xiaoduo saw the scene again and again. He had a vague guess in his heart. He was more and more certain that this realm was a space of inheritance left behind by a powerful person after his death. What a great opportunity! Xiaoduo's eyes were burning. Chapter 992. Of course, Xiaoduo was still clear-headed. Of course, it was an opportunity. However, this opportunity wasn't something that could be obtained easily, because this almighty being's almighty was a little too big. This kind of power was not only beyond his knowledge, but also beyond the knowledge of all the masters in this world. Also, he did not know the purpose of this space. Was he going to find a successor and pass down everything he had learned to the next generation like he had thought? Or was it to pass on some important information? He could not be sure. But one thing was for sure. As long as he could survive in this space, he would be able to gain a lot of benefits. Just those scenes alone were already valuable information. It was an eye-opener for Xiaoduo, and he felt that it was extremely beneficial. Those were scenes from the primordial era. In the history of today's society, there were no longer any records of them. But the prerequisite was to survive. Based on the current situation, if the Almighty's goal was to find a successor, he would have to go through a test, that it was not something that could be obtained by just anyone. The test set by such an almighty being could not be described simply as harsh. Most importantly, he was from the Astral Souls continent. He did not have the bloodline of the Wu people. Not only could he not hide this, but it could also be the source of the danger. Therefore, his life was still in great danger. But Xiaoduo's heart was filled with passion. As long as he could survive, the benefits would definitely be great. Just the power of this sea of fire was enough for him to improve his fiery sun technique by several levels. It could even transform to another level. Yes, he could also bring Xiao along to cultivate. He believed that it would be enough to supply him with more than enough, that this was the purest power of the fire element that he had never seen before. If he had to compare it, the heart of the fiery sun was not even a little brother. It was just trash. I can make a fortune this time. It was a pity that Xiao was still in the Tower of Empyrean Destruction. Unfortunately, he had cut off the connection with the Tower of Empyrean Destruction. Now he only had one. She didn't know when it had become pitch black, like a defeated soldier. Wahuang sword. Why else would I have looked down on you from the very beginning? Sigh. You really don't have the slightest bit of face that a divine artifact should have. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at the Wahuang sword with eyes full of disappointment. You're almost done for with just one touch. Tell me, what can I expect from you? What can I expect from you? Useless thing. The Wahuang sword drooped weakly. It really didn't have the strength to refute. Do you think I want to? When I flew out of the chaotic space, I was tricked by that bald donkey, and my soul was almost annihilated. Then, I slept for tens of thousands of years. So my original soul has already withered to the extreme. It has only recently recovered a little bit. But now I've bumped into an old enemy. My current strength isn't even 1/10,000th of my peak strength. What can I do? How can I beat him? As the master, if you don't become stronger and your cultivation is so shallow, how am I supposed to become stronger? You still have the face to say that I don't have face. You make it sound like you have a lot of face. Pooh. Little dog Zhou, you're shameless. Zhou Xiaoduo ran all the way, like a fish that escaped the net. The terrain in front of him was extremely complicated. There were towering mountains, dense hills, valleys, and cliffs everywhere. If there was an ambush here, even if there were millions of troops, they could hide without leaving a trace. There are really places to hide, but this is not what I want. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at the flaming spears in the sky and sighed in his heart. He carefully looked at the complicated terrain on the ground and guessed the frequency of the flaming spears falling. He felt that he had the highest chance of avoiding them. However, he didn't know the frequency of the flaming spears in the sky. If there were 10,000 of them, he would still die. Just as he was looking around and couldn't come to a conclusion, a bright light suddenly flashed in the sky. The next moment, a flaming spear was in front of him. Oh my God! Zhou Xiaoduo was scared out of his wits. So fast. How could it be so fast? Amidst his shock, he hastily dodged and tilted his head. The rapidly descending flame spear nearly brushed past the tip of his nose and pierced into the ground with a pu sound. Immediately after, it exploded with a loud bang. The might of the explosion was even greater than that of the self-destruction of the Lord of the Burning Body Order. Ouch! Zhou Xiaoduo screamed, and was blown 40 to 50 meters away by the explosion. His body was charred black, and his butt was charred. He spat out a big mouthful of blood. I was wrong. I was wrong. I forgot that the flaming spear was formed by a huge amount of fire. It will explode. That explosion just now was much more powerful than all the self-explosion of the immolation order, peak immolation order that I've encountered before. Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly felt that his life was getting more and more dangerous. He ran back and forth like he was flying, trying to find a place to hide. The flaming spears in the sky were getting closer and closer. They could fall at any time and cause terrible damage. If he wasn't in a hurry, he would be risking his life. Just as Zhou Xiaoduo was running around like a headless fly, he suddenly heard the sound of explosions on the other side. Zhou Xiaoduo was stunned. He instinctively jumped into the air and looked in the direction of the sound. He saw that on the other side, the flaming spears had begun to form a considerable offensive. The flaming spears fell one after another and exploded continuously. It was like a modern rocket launcher. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Tens of thousands of cannons were fired at the same time. It was a spectacular sight. As far as the eye could see, there were 9 figures running desperately as if they had gone mad. They were quickly approaching Zhou Xiaoduo. Since the two sides were not too far apart, the speed of those people was also very fast. In the blink of an eye, the group of people had approached Zhou Xiaoduo. As the two sides gradually approached each other, the flaming spears that covered the other side's attack seemed to be moving. One of the flaming spears even started to attack Zhou Xiaoduo. What the fuck? Zhou Xiaoduo was shocked and hurriedly dodged. In an instant he was flustered and exasperated. His heart was filled with anger. In the blink of an eye, he had already recognized the identities of those people. Hai Hunshan Kami no Su Sha Hun, Sha Yu Sha Jia. And what was his name again? Sha Diao. Tu Yin Xiao Yin Ziki. And it seemed like the last one. He didn't know Zhuo Xiaoduo, who had always been scheming against others, cursed loudly for the first time in his life. A bunch of bastards. This place is so vast. Can't you run in any direction? Why did you have to come for me? You're fucking framing me. Zhuo Xiaoduo shouted as he ran. Run in that direction. Everyone is too big of a target if we gather together. Those flaming guns are targeted at us. At this moment, it didn't matter if they were familiar with each other, or if they were enemies. They had to think of a way to deal with the current situation first. Through the unforeseen event just now, it proved that those flaming guns were not only powerful, but also had specific attributes that were targeted. Hai Hunshan and the others looked in the direction of the voice. Their eyes lit up and they shouted in unison, Zhuo Xiaoduo. Their voices were full of surprise, as if they had discovered a new continent. Zhuo Xiaoduo turned a deaf ear to them and ran for his life. He wanted to leave this group of people as soon as possible. He couldn't help but feel strange. Why were these people so excited when they saw him? What was going on? Zhuo Xiaoduo, don't run. Hai Hunshan chased after him desperately and shouted, Zhuo Xiaoduo, brother Zhuo, don't run. We don't mean any harm. We just want to cooperate with you. Don't run. Don't run. Zhuo Xiaoduo ran even faster. Motherfucker. The situation is so dangerous now. If I get entangled with you guys, I will definitely be targeted by those flaming guns that were originally aimed at you guys. If any of you sneak a shot at me, I will definitely not be able to survive. Cooperation? I'll be damned if I believe you, you big toad. Seeing Zhuo Xiaoduo run even faster, Sha Hun, Sha Yu and the others shouted together, Zhuo Xiaoduo, stop, we really want to cooperate with you. Let's discuss it. We are very sincere. Don't run. Their voices were urgent and anxious. Why would I discuss it with you guys? Sincere. Sincere your grandma's leg. Zhuo Xiaotong didn't even look back. He raised his middle finger with one hand and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Hai Hunshan's face was a little twisted. He doesn't trust us, sigh. Sha Hun sighed and said, nonsense. If it were me, I wouldn't believe it either. If it were you, would you dare to believe it? However, as Zhuo Xiaoduo left, everyone was pleasantly surprised to find that the flaming guns in the sky were slowly disappearing. It's all your fault. Hai Hunshan looked at Tu Yunxiao angrily. Why did you shoot at the sky for no reason? Tu Yunxiao's face was full of Sparta. I thought that since this is the place where Zhu Wu chose to inherit the legacy, the Wu people would definitely be given preferential treatment. It's understandable for me to give it a try. You're thinking too much. You almost got all of us killed. Everyone looked at him with disdain. What kind of peerless expert is Master Zhu Wu? How could he give you preferential treatment just because of Zhao's relationship? Besides, do you think you have a fire attribute bloodline? How could you be related to Master Zhu Rong? Tu Yunxiao was unhappy. That bastard Zhuo Xiaoduo ran so fast. Sha Yu gritted her teeth. We really don't mean any harm now. We really want to cooperate. Sha Diao said coldly, forget it. Do any of you dare to say that you believe it? Anyone with a brain only knows how to run. Do you think Zhuo Xiaoduo is brainless? Don't you guys have any brains? This sentence was undoubtedly very effective. The 8 of them looked at him at the same time. They all felt that this guy's parents were right to give him this name. He was the weakest among all of them, yet he dared to mock so many people. He was truly an idiot who didn't know the meaning of death. Chapter 993. What can we do if we don't believe it? The only thing we can do now is to find Zhuo Xiaoduo and cooperate with him. This guy has 2 of our treasures. Only by gathering all our treasures and activating them at full power can we be safe in the holy land of Zhu Wu. We have to pass the safety test first before we can get the inheritance. Hai Hunshan sighed. But looking at the situation now, he won't even talk to us. How can we reach an agreement? Sha Diao frowned and said, it's a pity that there are no beauties here. Otherwise, we can use a honey trap or something. Sha Yu was a little angry. Sha Diao, what do you mean? Am I not a woman? Sha Diao asked doubtfully. You? He looked at Sha Yu from head to toe, and said with an extremely disdainful expression, "Didn't you hear what I said? I'm talking about a honey trap, not a woman's trap. If you use the honey trap, the chances of Zhuo Xiaoduo becoming impotent are higher." Sha Yu was so angry at Sha Diao's words that her face turned blue. "Am I that ugly? I'm so ugly that Zhuo Xiaoduo will become impotent when he sees me. After 3 seconds, Sha Yu regained her breath and roared, "Sha Diao, you and I are irreconcilable in this life." She rushed over with bared fangs and brandished claws. Suddenly, a tragic civil war began. Sha Yu was so angry that she didn't care about her own safety. Sha Diao was also a martial arts fanatic. He didn't care about the difference between a man and a woman. Therefore, this battle was so tragic that it almost killed someone. The others who were present were sweating profusely trying to stop the fight, not to mention the people involved. After persuading them, Sha Diao felt wronged. What did I say wrong? Which one of my words wasn't the truth? Look at her face. Which part of her matches the word beautiful? Right now, we're here to talk about cooperation with Zhuo Xiaoduo, not to deepen our feud with him. If we really let her go, we'll lose everything. What else can we do? Look at Zhuo Xiaoduo's face. What kind of hobbies can he have? Before he could finish his words, Sha Yu, who had been enraged for the second time, rushed up again. Another round of fierce battle ensued. Everyone was speechless, but they didn't have the heart to persuade him anymore. Hit him, hit him, hit him. It'd be better if his brain juice came out. If one of them was killed, there would be one less, and they would stop. Truth. Don't you know that in this society, the truth is the most hurtful? While the 2 of them were fighting, the other 7 people were discussing at the side. This is Zhu Wu's secret inheritance ground. This is an indisputable fact, and for us, this is undoubtedly a great opportunity. Hai Hunshan said. If we can get the inheritance from here, we'll be able to soar to the sky, and even reach Zhu Wu's end realm in the future. But the biggest problem now is that we don't have enough treasures in our hands, which leads to a lack of soul oracle bloodline. We can't open the real secret area. And in terms of strength, we can't resist the fire spears in the sky. Now, our only hope is on Zhuo Xiaoduo, but the problem is that this guy is stubborn, and we can't persuade him. Hai Hunshan's heart was full of melancholy. The current personnel allocation was lacking a lot of people. Among the 12 great families, only the Hai family, Sha family, Tu family, Shen family, and Yin family were in this secret area. Only these 5 families were left, which was less than half of the total. What's worse was that the Shen family's space-shaking gong had been snatched away by Zhuo Xiaoduo, so their strength was even weaker. Originally, there was still the Lei family, but for some reason, the lightning cat's brain had gone haywire, and he actually fell in love with Zhuo Xiaoduo while disguised as a woman. This really made them speechless to the point that their hair stood on end. And this result caused the lightning cat to shut himself up and go home. Of course. Now it seemed that the unforeseen event that day had its benefits. Zhuo Xiaoduo had cheated the lightning cat of the heavenly lightning mirror. This was bad news at that time. But in the current situation, it was actually good news. Because the lightning cat's strength was relatively limited, he couldn't use the heavenly lightning mirror for a long time. And after this period of contact, everyone had an unprecedented understanding of Zhuo Xiaoduo's strength. If Zhuo Xiaoduo used the heavenly lightning mirror, the effect would definitely be much stronger than the lightning cat's. Therefore, this matter made them speechless. The treasures we have now are the earth-penetrating seal and God soul seal of the Tu family, Yin Ziqi's yin-yang mirror, Shahun's soul-wounding arrow, and Shaja's gold soul sword. There are only 5 treasures. Even if the immortal binding lock in my hand can be used as a deadly spear, it can only be counted as 6 treasures. Sha Yu's soul wizard robe can also be counted as a treasure, but it can only be used for self-defense. So it can't be counted. So, at most, it's just half of the treasures. It's not enough. So, we have to add the space-shaking gong and heavenly lightning mirror on Zhuo Xiaoduo to be able to gain something in this secret land. This is necessary. Hai Hunshan sighed. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. Everyone already knew the number of treasures they had. Otherwise, they wouldn't have placed their hopes on Zhuo Xiaoduo, an enemy who would never cooperate with them. that they were all descendants of great shamans, so they were naturally knowledgeable. Moreover, they had heard of this kind of space of inheritance before. After entering, they had used their own blood essence to combine the treasures. At first they were very excited. After all, it was a rare opportunity that was close at hand. However, after the excitement they felt melancholy. Not enough people had entered, and they didn't have enough treasures. They couldn't even get the recognition of Zhu Wu Zhurong's remnant soul. The most important thing now is to hurry and find Zhuo Xiaoduo. Both sides have to work together to break the deadlock. Yes, the most important thing now is to find Zhuo Xiaoduo. We'll talk about other matters later. The 9 people were united in their thoughts at the first moment, including Sha Diao, who was beaten into a pig's head, and Sha Yu, who was beaten up. But even if we find Zhuo Xiaoduo, he still won't believe us. He'll still run away. Although we've only known him for a short while, we have some understanding of him. This person's cultivation is secondary. His life-saving Tao is powerful. His degree of cautiousness is beyond imagination. He won't take risks easily. Sha Diao, who had a pig's face, said. Everyone frowned. Although Sha Diao said it bluntly, the problem he mentioned was real. It was also a problem that everyone was worried about. The solution is thought of by people. Let's work together and think about how to stop Zhuo Xiaoduo from running away. Sha Yu, who had beaten up Sha Diao, was refreshed and high-spirited at the moment. She took the lead and suggested. Tu Yunxiao frowned and said, this method is not easy to think of. If I were Zhuo Xiaoduo, no matter what you say, I wouldn't believe you. Sha Hun squinted and said, whatever we say now is for later. Let's find him first. Building trust has to be done bit by bit. The solution can be perfected while we're looking for him. I think we're not the only ones who are at a loss about the current situation. Zhuo Xiaoduo is the same. After all, this is Zhu Wu's land of inheritance. We still have ways to deal with it and take advantage of it. Zhuo Xiaoduo, as a human of the astral souls, is at a disadvantage in this situation. If he doesn't cooperate with us, he'll die. At that time, this guy will have no choice but to try any method. Isn't cooperating with us one of the methods? And it's the most effective one. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. Sha Hun said, of course this method is the worst for Zhuo Xiaoduo. He won't make this choice until the last moment. Therefore, if we can take the initiative, we should try our best to establish cooperation in this direction. Naturally, there will be opportunities and success for cooperation. In the final analysis, we don't want to die. We all want to live. In the face of life and death, everything has to be compromised. Sha Diao said, this sentence makes sense. Zhuo Xiaoduo doesn't want to die, and we are all greedy and afraid of death. Naturally, we can cooperate. Everyone frowned. That was too light of a beating. You're the one who's greedy and afraid of death. However, this sentence made too much sense. They couldn't help but frown and nod thoughtfully. Zhuo Xiaoduo dashed out like a wisp of smoke. His speed was so fast that he was just short of activating the Heavenly Yuan escape technique. Originally, with his current cultivation and strength, he could kill Hai Hunshan and the others alone. Zhuo Xiaoduo was inclined to believe that these people couldn't use the power of the doppelganger. The reason was naturally the same as the Tower of Destruction. If he couldn't communicate with the Tower of Destruction, which was refined with his natal spirit, he couldn't use other related external forces. Therefore, Hai Hunshan and the others were not a threat to Zhuo Xiaoduo at all. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo still chose to escape instead of killing them. The reason was also very simple. After all, this is the place of inheritance of the ancestors of the Wu people. There may be bloodline connection. If I kill these guys here, who knows what the consequences will be? Everything should be safe first. Acting rashly is not a good idea. Moreover, there's no way to escape in this strange place. Who knows, I might need their help in the future. If I act rashly and end their lives, it might be the same as ending my own life. It's not good. Zhuo Xiaoduo was still very clear-headed. What's more, Zhuo Xiaoduo found that the flaming spears in the sky were not just targeted, they were too targeted. He didn't know if all of them were chasing him, but at least 80 to 90% of them were chasing him. Wherever he went, the flaming spears in the sky would follow him. Wherever he went, the spears would be pointed. It was too accurate. Whoosh, they all turned around in unison. Whoosh, they all turned around in unison. And they became denser and denser. The danger of death was getting more and more intense. However, they were only targeting him like this. The real fatal attack didn't fall for a long time. Shuo felt that his, but was about to smoke. Could it be that they've already noticed that my astral souls are of the human race? But why haven't they attacked yet? Isn't it torturing to be so indecisive? I have nothing to do with your Umno Alliance or Soul Oracle. This is really strange. Chapter 994. Shuo flew like a meteor and used his fastest speed to roughly cover the entire area. All the terrains and hiding spots were deeply imprinted in his mind. Fang Yinua's method of familiarizing himself with the terrain is quite useful. In this situation, the more familiar I am with the terrain, the more chance I have. Opportunities are always given to those who are prepared. Although there are many flaming spears in the sky, they can't just pass on their skills through the air. Zuoxiao's attitude was very serious. Zongzong also said that being familiar with the terrain and adapting to local conditions is the most basic requirement for a general. Zuoxiaoduo was pleased with himself. I feel that I already have the most basic requirement to be a famous general. Today is the day of the new legend. The next moment, a row of flame spears descended from the sky. Zuoxiaoduo boasted that he was already familiar with the surrounding terrain. He dodged as he pleased and quickly moved behind a seemingly thick mountain wall. He was calm and composed. Then Zuoxiaoduo cried. The mountain wall that he thought was sturdy was like an empty shell in front of the flaming spears. It would be better if there was no mountain wall at all. If there was no mountain wall at all, he could still focus on escaping. However, if he hid behind the walls that he thought he knew, he would only be stabbed and blown up. Amidst the continuous explosions, Zuoxiaoduo's back, shoulders, thighs, and buttocks that he was blasted into a bloody mess. His skin was torn and his flesh was exposed. He could only escape in a sorry state, more miserable than a headless fly. Damn, how can it be so unreliable? It's worse than tofu. Zuoxiaoduo was full of resentment. Fang Yinua's experience and Li Qinglong's theory are completely useless. A few hours passed. Zuoxiaoduo did not think about anything else. Because the large number of flaming spears above his head had gradually reached a height of a few hundred feet. They were almost within reach. How could he dodge? At this point, if they still couldn't get out, only death would be left. The entire sky was filled with flame spears, and the area covered by the flame spears was even larger than the ground. How was he supposed to dodge them? Just like at this time, Hai Hunshan and the others seemed to have found this place for fun. Their faces were as pale as paper. They followed Zuoxiaoduo all the way, running for their lives. Each and every one of them was exhausted. Indeed, Zuoxiaoduo's speed was too fast. He kept sprinting all the way without stopping. Hai Hunshan gasped for breath. Damn, you can really run. Didn't you hear us shouting? Your voice is hoarse from all the shouting, and your legs are broken from all the running. Why aren't you running anymore? Why don't you run? They were really angry and hurt. This Zuoxiaoduo was simply ignorant. He was stubborn and unreasonable. He did not have the slightest bit of trust between people. The 9 of them were full of resentment. They could not help but complain when they saw him. Seeing that the sky was about to attack, Zuoxiaoduo knew that he was doomed. He simply sat on a big rock and hugged his knees. He tilted his head and said, "Bullshit, it's all bullshit. How can you run if you don't chase after me?" Even if he ran, he would not be able to escape the attack range of the flame spears. He wanted to see how this group of people chased after him. Why did they act like they had no ill intentions towards him when they caught up with him? What was even more strange was that with the arrival of these people, the endless flame spears in the sky suddenly stopped. Although they continued to increase, they did not seem to be pressing down any further. They seemed to be waiting for something. The 9 of them held their knees and gasped for breath. Wait a minute. Let's talk after we catch our breath. Zuoxiaoduo rolled his eyes and said, "How can you call yourselves martial artists? Your lung capacity is too low. Look at how you are gasping. Don't you feel ashamed?" the so-called direct descendants of the Umno alliance, the descendants of the great Magi. Is this all you've got? The 9 of them rolled their eyes one after another. If it were not for you, would we be gasping like this? Do you think we want to be like this? They felt that they had lost all their people in their lives today. After a while, Shahan finally felt more relaxed. He took the lead and said, Swishaoduo, it's true that we are on opposite sides and are enemies. However, in the current situation, it doesn't matter whether we are enemies or allies. Survival is the first priority. What do you think? Swishaoduo said indifferently. I don't have as many thoughts as you. Just tell me what you want. Shahan said, there's one thing you have to believe. We are not under the burning order. We won't risk our lives for your life. So even if other people can kill you with self-detonation, we won't. Brother Zwa, do you think I'm being honest enough? Swishaoduo thought for a while and said, that's true. You guys are just a bunch of cowards. You won't be able to kill me with self-detonation. Sha Diao couldn't help but refute angrily. Who's a coward? But we have to keep our lives, keep our useful bodies, and do more meaningful things, bigger things. Haha. Swishaoduo crossed his legs and said, all cowards and traitors say the same thing. If you don't dare to do it, you don't dare to do it. Why bother looking for excuses? I've underestimated you. Clang. Sha Diao unsheathed his sword. Swishaoduo narrowed his eyes. A murderous look appeared in his eyes. Sha Diao, shut up. Hai Hunshan stepped forward and stopped Sha Diao. Look at the situation now. Even if you're not afraid of death, we are. Why are you so agitated during the negotiation? What kind of bullshit is this? Are you trying to kill us all? Sha Zhe followed closely behind Hai Hunshan. He helped drag Sha Diao away, then covered his mouth and pressed him to the ground. Kami no Su and Tu Yunxiao sat on Sha Diao's body without saying a word. They didn't let him move or speak. I'm going to kill him. I'm not afraid of death. Sha Diao roared crazily and struggled violently. There was only one thing in his mind. Rush to Swishaoduo and kill himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to prove that he wasn't afraid of death. However, he was held down by several people, and his mouth and nose were pressed into the sand. All he could do was whimper. Brother Zwa, don't lower yourself to his level. We're all sick of him. Shahan smiled amiably. He was as close as he could get. Swishaoduo's heart was alarmed. Swishaoduo didn't care about Sha Diao. He always showed his emotions on his face. However, Swishaoduo had always been wary of people like Shahan, because Li Chenglong was this kind of trash, and an expert at that. Swishaoduo was very experienced. Let's get to the point. Shahan narrowed his eyes. He chose the most straightforward way. Brother Zwa, as you can see, this is the Wu people's place of inheritance. We have a way to deal with it, but we don't have enough power to accept the inheritance. So far, we haven't seen any traces of the inheritance. Well, to be more precise, we haven't seen the location of the inheritance. This means that we don't meet the requirements, or we lack some requirements. To get this kind of inheritance, we have to go through a test of life and death. Now the test of life and death has come. Shahan pointed at the flame spear above his head. Make it through and survive. Everyone here, including Brother Zwa, will be able to benefit from it. But if we don't survive, none of us will survive. Shahan said, I believe that Brother Zwa feels the same way. Swishaoduo nodded slowly. His eyes became sharper and more serious. Brother Zwa, it's reasonable that you don't trust us. You don't believe a word we say. Shahan narrowed his eyes. His words were very organized. Because we are enemies. No matter how cautious we are, it's reasonable. To be honest, it's normal for us to fight to the death when we meet. But in a place like this, Brother Zwa, you're a smart man. You shouldn't refuse to cooperate with us. Shahan said. Ha! Swishaoduo tilted his head and looked at Shahan. I think I need to ask Brother Zwa a question to prove my judgment. Shahan smiled. Tell me. Let's see if your question can move me. Brother Zwa, you're invincible in the same level. It's easy for you to kill people 2 levels higher. Although the few of us are arrogant and proud, we are still frogs at the bottom of a well compared to Brother Zwa. We are ashamed of our inferiority. No matter how much we don't want to admit it, it's the truth. Shahan said slowly. With Brothers Wa's current strength, it's easy for you to kill the 9 of us. He raised his head and looked into Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes. He smiled. But Brothers Wa, why haven't you done anything to us? Zhuo Xiaoduo thought for a moment and said, I feel that it's not good to kill people here. Sha Han clapped and smiled. That's right. After all, this is the Wu people's space of inheritance. Brothers Wa has scruples. That's right. That's the most direct reason. Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled. Another reason is that if I kill you but can't get out, won't I be lonely? I can still play with you. Play. His words made the 9 geniuses of the Wizard Alliance blush. Their hearts were heavy and their eyes were burning with anger. However, they could only suppress their anger and were unable to do anything. Too cocky. They really wanted to beat him up. If they could beat him, even if there was only a small chance, they would fight him. Only by punching him, until he looked like a pig, and no longer resembled a human, would he be able to vent his hatred. They all felt that it wouldn't be difficult to persuade Zhuo Xiaoduo to cooperate. The difficult thing was that they couldn't bear it. So, Brothers Wa, after confirming the current situation, you don't want to continue to be enemies with us, right? Sha Han said. I believe that as long as it's not a last resort, you won't fight with us. If we can cooperate, why not? Chapter 995. Zhuo Xiaoduo pondered for a moment and finally nodded. You can say that. As for the 9 of us, we are conceited geniuses. Each of us bears the responsibility of passing down the family's legacy. If the family's warriors and guards can self-detonate in order to kill the enemy, we will never do so on a whim. We will seize any opportunity and try our best to escape. This is not cowardice or fear of death, but each of us has our own mission and responsibility. San Soul spoke quickly, but his words were clear. So Brothers Wa, you don't have to worry about the first thing. We won't choose to die together with you. So in this regard you are safe. That's true. Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded. He had seen through this long ago. But this guy actually added, Actually, I'll be safe even if you guys self-destruct. The 9 of them were so angry that their noses became crooked. Sha Han took a few deep breaths before he started speaking again. Secondly, when we cooperate, if we do things like backstabbing and backstabbing. Sha Han coughed and said, This is the legacy space of our Umno Alliance's ancestors. Compared to Brothers Wa, our ancestors will only pay more attention to us. Our character is the first thing they will observe. If we really do something like that, it will be the same as giving up on ourselves and giving up on our qualifications. No matter if it is the human race, the Tao League, or the heroes of the Wu people, they will never pass on their legacy to scum who backstabs their comrades. I believe Brothers will not have any objections to this. Zhuo Xiaoduo thought for a moment and slowly nodded again. That is true. He looked at Sha Han and felt that this guy was really smart. No wonder he was the same type of person as Li Chenglong. This seemed to be a clear sign that they would not ambush him. But in fact, it also eliminated the possibility of him backstabbing them. But his Masters was someone you can control with just a few words? Therefore, Brothers Wa, we can cooperate. We can cooperate sincerely. Sha Han said sincerely. I don't think Brothers Wa will reject my proposal just because of a moment of anger. At the very least, we can work together and deal with the matter of this legacy space first. Zhuo Xiaoduo frowned. I need to know the real reason why you want to cooperate with me. Otherwise, there's nothing to talk about. Sha Han and the others smiled bitterly. The reason is obvious. With our current strength, we are completely unable to deal with the destructive pressure coming from above us. We urgently need external help. Zhuo Xiaoduo had an idea. After all, this is the inheritance space of the Umno Alliance's ancestors. Even if they don't give preferential treatment to the direct descendants of the Umno Alliance, they won't go so far as to kill all of you. Besides, even if your strength is weak, you have the projection of your ancestors' divine thoughts in you. Isn't that power closer to the source of Zuwu's power? Sha Han, Hai Hunshan, and the others were speechless. They understood now. They seemed to understand even more now why this guy didn't do anything to them. I'm afraid that this is the real reason. This guy must be afraid that after drawing out the projection of his ancestors' divine thoughts, he wouldn't be able to take advantage of it. Instead, he would be hurt. Ahem. Shahun, Hai-Hun-Shan, and the others looked at each other. They couldn't make up their minds at that moment. Should they tell him or not? What if they told him that they couldn't use the projection of their ancestors' divine thoughts after entering this place? What if this guy suddenly went on a killing spree? Although he was smiling now, it wouldn't be strange if he suddenly changed his attitude. This guy was a wolf who could throw away his pride and dress up as a woman in public. He even flirted with others. If it was an ordinary person, they would at least have some integrity. But when it came to integrity for Swordsmanship, anyway, the 9 people of the UMNO alliance did not have any hope at all. As for trust, although Swordsmanship didn't trust them, they themselves didn't have any trust in Swordsmanship at all. This guy could even dress up as a woman and trick people into hanging themselves. How could they trust him? That was the same as not having any expectations of playing the lute to a cow. But if they couldn't answer this question now, ahem. Seeing this guy's expression turn ugly again, his eyes filled with distrust again, his previous amiable look instantly turned into a look of, "You guys want to harm me." Such an expression. It was really, forget it. Since everyone has the intention to cooperate sincerely, I might as well be frank. Ever since we entered this space of inheritance, our ancestors' divine thoughts can no longer be used. Furthermore, all treasures related to the soul can no longer be used. Hai-Hun-Shan made up his mind and told them the truth. In this situation, telling the truth was the best solution. Besides, if hiding this led to Swordsmanship not cooperating, everyone would still die. After all, the disadvantages outweighed the advantages. The only difference was whether they would be killed by Swordsmanship or by this realm's trial. Either way, they would still die. It was better to fight for a chance to live. I see. Swordsmanship nodded. He looked relieved and his expression changed very quickly. Swordsmanship had already predicted that the other party's divine thoughts couldn't be used. Now he was just verifying his judgment and at the same time, fighting for more rights to speak for himself. But when this scene fell into the eyes of the 9 people, they were full of disgust. Where did you learn this amazing face-changing technique? Why did it seem like you could switch between several faces at will? It was like changing in a second, without any warning at all. It was so natural. Swordsmanship pondered, his thoughts turning quickly. His own tower of annihilation couldn't be used, the other party's divine thoughts couldn't be used, and all treasures related to the soul couldn't be used. But why could the space ring be used? Strictly speaking, the space ring should be under the category of soul power. He still couldn't understand this. Now he might as well clarify this question. If that's the case, the space ring can't be used, right? Hai-Hun-Shan blurted out. The space ring can still be used. The UMNO Alliance's space ring all carry the power of the soul. It can still be used in this realm. Shahun's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Swordsmanship and suddenly frowned. Brother Zwa, since you said so, does it mean that your space ring can still be used? As soon as he said this, everyone's expression turned to one of shock. They all turned to look at Swordsmanship. Just now, when Swordsmanship dodged the flaming spear and took out medicine from the space ring after he was injured, everyone clearly saw it. But Swordsmanship didn't avoid it, so they didn't pay attention to it and didn't take it to heart. However, the moment Hai-Hun-Shan mentioned the soul ring, everyone immediately felt that something was amiss. That's right. Swordsmanship was a native of the Astral Souls continent. The attributes of the space ring on his hand naturally belonged to the Astral Souls continent. But how could it be used in the sorcerer god space of inheritance? This was very strange. Swordsmanship snorted coldly, rolled his eyes and said disdainfully, "Don't compare the trash in your hands with my baby. The space ring on my hand is a unique treasure I got from the Arcana realm. It's one of the most precious space rings in the world. Not to mention the Wu people, it can be used in the Shifter world, the Tao League, or whatever. What's so strange about that?" Hai-Hun-Shan frowned. He looked at Shahun thoughtfully, and tacitly stopped asking this question. Swordsmanship's words were reasonable and flawless. especially now that they couldn't afford to offend him. There was no need to get tangled up in this minor issue. Moreover, no matter what the truth behind the interspatial ring was, it was worthless to them right now. What they needed now was cooperation, a sincere cooperation without any barriers. Ha ha ha, no matter how mysterious the origin of Brothers with Space Ring is, it has nothing to do with us. We said so much to clarify the current situation and express our sincerity. Now that we have shown our sincerity, it's up to Brothers what to decide. Do you want to cooperate or not? Do you want to cooperate or not? Hai Hunshan showed a rare hint of urgency. He raised his head and looked at the flame spear that was less than 100 meters away from him. He said, Brothers Wa, if you don't make a decision now, it will be too late. I'm afraid we will all die here. Even if Brothers Wa is stronger than us, you will only die a little later. Do you really want us to go first and wait for Brothers Wa's arrival in the underworld? Sha Hun, Sha Zhe and the others were also sweating on their foreheads. The flame spear's lethality was extremely terrifying. Regardless of the Wu people's bloodline, as long as it landed, everyone would be finished. Zhou Xiaoduo knew that the crisis in front of them was real, and was getting stronger and closer. Looking at the flame spear that blotted out the sky, his heart almost stopped beating. He was more anxious than Hai Hunshan and the others. I have never lost in fear of death. Can you be more afraid of death than me? What can you do when you go back? It doesn't matter to you whether you live or die. I don't believe that there are no other heirs in your family. Your heirs should thank you for making way for them. But I haven't consummated my marriage with Nian Nian Cat. How can I die like this? But. The more anxious you are, the more opportunities one have. At this time, isn't it a good time to extort? Negotiate. What I need to know now is, why do you want to cooperate with me? If I don't know the reason, how can I cooperate with you? How can you talk about integrity? Zhou Xiaoduo said. Kami no Su said angrily. You want to know the reason, right? I'm telling you the truth. If you didn't steal my space-shaking gong and Thunder Cat's Sky Thunder Mirror, we wouldn't have all the treasures in our hands and couldn't gather the necessary amount. Why would we cooperate with you? The enemy who stole her treasures and seriously injured her was right in front of her. Moreover, the flame spear above her head was about to fall. Kami no Su really couldn't control her temper. Her tendons were dragged a few meters by this guy. If she didn't have enough treasures to heal her injuries, Kami no Su felt that she would die from the pain. At this moment, her brain was filled with anger. How could she hold it in? She said everything she wanted to say. Zhou Xiaoduo squinted. What you said is wrong. What's wrong? Kami no Su said angrily. Why didn't you steal my treasures? Why am I the one who stole your treasures? Zhou Xiaoduo said eloquently. Your words are worth thinking about. Chapter 996. Zhou Xiaoduo said earnestly. Classmate Shen Wuxia, you really shouldn't be angry about this. You shouldn't blame the heavens and accuse others. You should reflect on yourself and work hard to improve yourself. You should hope for the day when you can take revenge. Kami no Su was speechless. Why did he give her a lesson for no reason? The bigger the fist, the bigger the argument. Zhou Xiaoduo asked with a face full of surprise. Are you still a martial artist? Are you not a martial artist? Why would you ask such a ridiculous and weird question? Do you think that you can't do anything to me in this lifetime? That you will never be able to catch up with me? That's why you give up and want to take advantage of me with your mouth? You. Kami no Su was furious. This is clearly the logic of a robber. Zhou Xiaoduo spread his hands. No. Every word I say is reasonable and realistic. Do you think that I am your relative? That I have to visit you during festivals? Treat you politely? Bro, we're mortal enemies. We are two hostile races. Your thinking is simply ridiculous. Saying that you are naive is the most beautiful way to put it. I should say that you are an idiot. Wouldn't that be an insult to idiots? I don't think even an idiot would say something like that, right? Isn't it right for me to snatch what you have? Kami no Su was stunned. She was speechless for a long time. Zhou Xiaoduo was exasperated. You should reflect on yourselves. Sha Hun took a deep breath and narrowed his eyes. Brothers' words are not pleasant to hear, but they are the truth. They are the most realistic words. Kami no Su was panting, but she quickly calmed down. Her agitated mood also calmed down. She took a deep breath and looked at Swishaoduo. Yes, you are right. I was wrong. It is right for you to snatch what I have. It is also right for me to snatch what I have. It's just that I am not strong enough. I should not complain. We are enemies, that's all. Brothers wa. Kami no Su nodded and said sincerely, I didn't see through you. For Kami no Su to be chosen as the representative of the main family, she was naturally shrewd. She was also a smart person. Just now, her anger had rushed to her head, and because of the many painful experiences she had gone through, she had not chosen her words carefully. At this moment, he calmed down in an instant, already adjusting himself. Just this kind of bearing was already worthy of the Umno Alliance's title of Outstanding Descendant. Swishaoduo narrowed his eyes and said, Don't you see it now? If you can correct your mistakes, you are a good child. The veins on Kami no Su's temples throbbed, but she immediately smiled bitterly. Yes, it didn't sound good. There was also mockery and sarcasm. But this was the reality. They were enemies, not your parents. There was no reason for them to spoil you. After another round of verbal advantage, Swishaoduo had a better idea of what was going on. It seemed that the other party urgently needed the two treasures in his hands. What I am interested to know now is, how do you want to cooperate? Swishaoduo asked. As long as you contribute the sky-shaking gong and the sky thunder mirror, then you can control them yourself. If you can't control them, we can also help. First, we have to get through this life and death crisis. Hai Hunshan said seriously, we promise that we will never embezzle. The treasures in your hands are yours. If we violate this promise, may the heavens and earth destroy us. Swishaoduo looked at the flaming spear pressing down again. He felt that the air in the whole space was almost burning, and the whole ground was already starting to emit smoke. It was only because they were all high-level warriors that they could temporarily withstand it, but it was really just barely holding on. Besides, other than himself, the others probably couldn't hold on for much longer. The most obvious evidence was that their hair was all curled up. He said, everyone has the same goal. We all want to live. Then let's cooperate. Although I still don't trust you, I am not afraid that you will embezzle my things. Hai Hunshan said anxiously, then. But there is still a problem that needs to be said first, and that is, after we get through this crisis, we can enter the arcane realm and obtain the inheritance. Then, how will the subsequent benefits of this opportunity be distributed? Who will take the majority? Swishaoduo asked. Everyone was stunned. In front of them was a fierce battle. It was already a great thing to be able to survive. But this guy still had the mood to think about benefits and so on. He was really desperate to take advantage of others. He would rather die than suffer a loss. In the past, people used to say that he was greedy for money, but this guy was more greedy for money than life. This depends on each person's fate, Hai Hunshan said. Everyone nodded desperately. After entering, it would naturally depend on each person's fate. What else was there to say? Swishaoduo snorted and said, That won't do. In the current situation, it won't work without me. So, I want to take the majority. On what basis? Sha Jiao was furious. On the basis that I am Swishaoduo. On the basis that if you don't agree, we will all die together. Swishaoduo was high-spirited. We martial artists of astral souls are never afraid of death. I, Swishaoduo, am even more unafraid of death. How many people in the world are as generous and heroic as I, Swishaoduo? Swishaoduo said, Anyway, I want to take the majority. This spear is coming down. Shaja's eyes almost popped out. I want to take the majority. Absolutely not. Hai Hunshan was furious. Then we would rather die with you. We would rather die together. Everyone shouted together. Only you, Swishaoduo, are not afraid of death? Who among us is afraid? Although we don't want to die, if you push us too far, then we will die together. Swishaoduo saw that he had pushed them too far and frowned. Look at all of you. Why don't you reflect on yourself? Is this the attitude of cooperation? I was just joking. These guys, it seems like they are really not afraid of death. But I am really afraid. Shuo rolled his eyes and said, how about this? I won't take the majority. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and thought to themselves that this guy was indeed the most afraid of death. They had made the right bet. But no matter what, I still want to take some advantage, Shuo said indignantly. Am I supposed to help for nothing? This is the Alliance's space of inheritance. My bloodline is different. Once I enter, the chances of me not getting anything is simply too high. Am I supposed to just watch you guys take the benefits? Am I supposed to get nothing? Everyone was stunned. It was not that Shuo did not have any concerns. In fact, they were huge. The difference in bloodline could easily get Shuo out. There was a high possibility that this guy would not get anything. What should we do? I'm not greedy. Just give me 30% of what each of you gets. Shuo said. Bullshit. Everyone was furious. What's the difference between this and you taking the majority? If each of the 9 of us gets 30%, you will get 7%. The others will get 7% each? How can you say that? 20% each. It couldn't go any lower. I'd rather die. Shuo was very emotional. He waved his arms to show his determination. 10% each, no more. Tu Yunxiao shouted angrily. After he shouted, he saw that the other 8 people were looking at him angrily. Deal. Sure enough, Shuo made a prompt decision and closed the deal immediately. Tu Yunxiao was dumbfounded. Sha Han and Hai Hunshan looked at Tu Yunxiao speechlessly. You're actually Sha Diao, aren't you? When did you change your soul? In the current situation, Shuo is more afraid of death than we are. If we delay any longer, he will agree to it himself. You're giving away 10% for nothing. And it's still 10% for everyone. What's the difference between this and taking the majority? Tu Yunxiao was dumbfounded and stammered. Aye. This, Shuo said unhappily. 10% for everyone, 90% for all of you, and 90% for me. How can I take the majority? Isn't this too fair? Sha Diao murmured. Yes, everyone gets 90%. It's very fair. He scratched his head and vaguely felt that something was wrong. But he couldn't figure out what was wrong. Sha Han was so angry that foam appeared on his mouth. Does Shuo really not get anything when he goes in? What if he gets something? This fucking. Everyone was speechless. A few of them, who hadn't thought of this, suddenly realized. They cursed at once. That's too sinister. That's too shameless. Shuo himself had said that the astral souls might not get anything from the Soul Oracle legacy. But it was just a possibility. What if they did get it? Besides, if they couldn't get it, why would he appear here? The moment they thought of this, the 9 of them suddenly felt so depressed that they wanted to die. They had been fooled. They had been taken advantage of. Just now, Shuo had led them on, and they hadn't thought of this at all. 10% for each of you. You've all agreed. This is the space of the sorcerer god, and your ancestors are watching you. You can't go back on your words, Shuo said. Everyone hung their heads dejectedly. All right. It's a deal. Since Tu Yunxiao had agreed to it, it meant that everyone else had agreed to it as well. As members of the Alliance, they valued promises more than the heavens. They could only hope that Zhang Xian's bloodline would really be rejected in the space of the Soul Oracle legacy. Let's begin. Sha Han said. Wait a moment, Shuo continued. Also, if we were to cooperate, who would have the final say? Who would be the boss? There isn't a unified command here, so we have to decide on this beforehand, right? Otherwise, wouldn't the cooperation be a mess? What's the point of that? I'm already used to being the boss. The faces of the 9 of them warped even further. This fellow sure was ambitious. His words were clearly implying that he wanted to be the boss. However, there were 9 of them here. Even if you were to become the boss, it would only be in name. So what? Isn't it just a matter of minutes for us to make you a figurehead? Sha Han said. Brother Zhua, it's not that we don't agree to it, but your understanding of our fighting style and the usage of our treasures is limited. Isn't it difficult for you to command us? Shuo replied matter-of-factly. What's so difficult about that? I'm in my own home, so I don't know anything about my brothers. However, I have an advisor with me, so I'll just be in charge of being the boss." The 9 of them were rendered speechless once more. To think that you're a figurehead in your own home as well. Just because you want to be the boss, you're reduced to a figurehead. Is this the so-called spiritual leader? To think that you're still so excited about it. If that's the case, wouldn't this matter be much easier to deal with? No problem, no problem. You'll be the boss then, alright? Hai Hunshan felt as if he was being roasted alive. He hurriedly said, "Brothers, what? It's too late." Zhou Xiaoduo frowned and tilted his head. "What did you call me?" "Boss Zhou." The 9 of them shouted at the same time. "It'll be too late if we wait any longer." The densely packed flaming spears were only 50 meters away from the top of their heads. Everyone was so anxious that blisters appeared on their lips. Zhou Xiaoduo cupped his hands and smiled. "Hello, brothers." "Hello, Zhou." The 9 of them shouted until their throats were hoarse. While he was greeting Boss Zhou, he could not wait to rush up and strangle this Boss Zhou to death. They wanted to strangle him and ask, "Why are you so calm? Why are you so calm? Zhou, can you hurry up?" Hai Hunshan's hair caught on fire. He hurriedly tried to extinguish the fire, but there was still smoke rising up. It was a spectacle. Moreover, similar spectacles were also accumulating power and waiting to be unleashed on others, with more than enough to spare. "Zhou, hurry up." Those who had treasures on them were already holding them in their hands. Their hearts were burning with anxiety, and their emotions were surging. Zhou Xiaoduo stood up and took out the sky-shaking gong and the sky thunder mirror. He raised them in front of his eyes and said, "How do I use these things?" The urge to rush up and beat him to death burned in their hearts. They were eager to try, but they forced themselves to hold back. This was too infuriating. This was too infuriating. Can you drag it out a little longer? Can you? If you drag it out a little longer, you'll become a starting point platinum like your father. This should be. They hurriedly explained. "I'll explain this sky-shaking gong." Kami no Su was the most miserable. She had lost the protection of her treasure and was about to faint. She had to teach Zhou Xiaoduo how to use the sky-shaking gong as fast as she could. Before she could finish, Zhou Xiaoduo threw the sky-shaking gong to her. "I don't want to listen to your nonsense. You can use it and return it to me when you're done. It'll save me a lot of trouble." Kami no Su was stunned. She held the sky-shaking gong in her hand and felt the aura of the treasure merge with her body. She felt much better in an instant. Although she knew he was an enemy, she still couldn't help but feel grateful. "Thank you for your trust," Kami no Su said solemnly. "How do you use this sky thunder mirror? Just one sky-shaking gong isn't enough, is it?" Zhou Xiaoduo ignored her and continued to ask. In less than 2 seconds, everyone clearly explained how to use the sky thunder mirror. Sha Hun couldn't wait and shouted loudly, "Zhou, I'm the military advisor. Everyone, please take your positions according to my instructions." Whoosh! Everyone straightened their bodies and waited for the battle. "Boss Zhou, you're the strongest among us. Stay in the middle and look around. Those who don't have any treasures to protect them, please take care of them. When I give the order to attack, activate the heavenly thunder mirror and release lightning at maximum power." Sha Hun spoke at an extremely fast speed, but his enunciation was still very clear. Even Sha Hun himself felt that this was the only day in his life when he was eloquent. If he kept speaking at this speed, he could guarantee that all the sharp-tongued people would retreat. Hai Hunshan. Here, according to the legendary Great Formation of Heavenly Beings, empty the positions of Zhu Wu Zhu Rong and He De Zhu Wu. The rest of you, take 9 positions with Zhou as the core. Okay. The 9 people responded in unison. As the incomplete formation was built, they all operated their cultivation methods at full strength. In an instant, an inexplicable aura was suddenly activated. Suddenly it soared into the sky. At this moment, the biggest surprise that Sha Hun and the others felt happened all of a sudden. This huge surprise shocked the 9 people to the point that they went crazy on the spot. Chapter 997. As Sha Hun and the others pushed their cultivation to their limits, their auras surged to their limits. All kinds of complicated auras filled the area and surged into the sky. The formation was connected, and the 9-colored light gathered around Zhuo, who was at the center. Zhuo only felt that the aura on his body suddenly appeared to be in a natural state. The cultivation technique of the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer was actually circulating on its own, flowing against the current and flowing through his entire body. This was the unique aura of a flood that could destroy the world. It was as though the boundless sea had suddenly encountered a hurricane that surpassed the limits of the world. Huge waves surged violently, and when the waves reached their most intense, a terrifying power that could destroy the world was born. All of a sudden, the gates of hell appeared behind Zhuo, and it opened up in a flash. A boundless torrential flood surged out. Countless vengeful spirits and malicious ghosts let out mournful and ferocious shrieks, looking extremely ferocious. An innumerable amount of white-boned soldiers came out in groups. It was as if there was no end to them, and there was no end to them. They charged into the sea of flames in the sky. The power of the flood that had appeared suddenly merged with the power of the others. There was no gap between them at all, and they merged together perfectly, forming a powerful torrent. Then, the power of the flood took over the dominant position, mixed with the unique power of the 6 great shamans and the 9 descendants of the direct lineage. The power of the flood soared into the sky. The sudden surge of powerful aura actually forced the flame spear in the sky back by 10 meters. What kind of frightening might was this? It shook the heavens and shook the earth. As long as they continued to work hard, they would be able to clear this life and death soul oracle trial. But what was even more shocking was that Hai Hunshan and the others were dumbfounded. The heck? The 9 of them were completely dumbfounded. Originally, there were only 5 clans here. How did it suddenly become 6? And the power of the flood that appeared at the end, that was clearly the power of the direct lineage of the Flood Witch. No, that was clearly even more pure than the aura of the direct lineage of the Flood Witch, more authentic, more powerful. This aura made everyone involuntarily think of the legendary The Flood Witch. Not only did the overwhelming aura not show any signs of weakening, it even seemed to be growing stronger and stronger. At the same time, the gates of hell also seemed to be affected by the bloodline power of the primordial spirit, causing it to become clearer and clearer. Oh my God! Even San Soul, a wise and steady man, couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment at this moment. There was no need to even mention the others. This kind of aura could only be emitted by a member of the Hong family, who couldn't be any more direct. Sha Zhe, Sha Yu, Sha Diao, Hai Hunshan, Tu Yunxiao, Tu Yunyan, Kami no Su, Yan Ziki, and the others were so shocked that they forgot to circulate their energy. Their minds were completely blank, as though they were struck by lightning. Boomed. The towering waves surged up once more, and the flame spear array charged towards the sky. Then, Hai Hunshan and the others were all in a daze. Then the original supporting force instantly disappeared. The shackles of the flaming spear array were all gone, as if they had been provoked, and even more so, as if they had met their nemesis in their previous life. They took a slight step back, and then, with the momentum of toppling mountains and overturning seas, and the Milky Way pouring down, they brazenly fell. A blurry roar suddenly sounded in the air. It was a roar that seemed to come from the depths of one's soul. Gong gong. This roar was really blurry. It sounded more like a buzzing roar. Then, the flaming spear array in the sky fell down crazily, and the monstrous waves were suppressed in an instant. Zhuo, who bore the brunt of the attack, felt that he could be crushed at any time. He roared in exasperation. What are you all doing? Staring at each other without doing anything? Damn it! How dare you say that you didn't cheat me? At this moment, Zhuo really felt wronged, extremely wronged. He felt that he had been cheated. He had been so careful, but he was still cheated. He was so kind. How could those guys bear to do that? Where was the basic trust between people? These guys pushed him up, and then they retreated. Damn it. He was cheated so badly that he couldn't die in peace. He was heartbroken. When everyone woke up from their dream, the flame spear array was already above their heads. Instantly, they were scared out of their wits. Array rise. Shahan's voice changed. It was heart-wrenching. Quick! Everyone who woke up from their stupor tried their best to gather the power of Swordsmanship, who was in the middle, and rose up again. Activate the treasure. Shahan's voice was hoarse. Swordsmanship was the fastest to react. He activated the heavenly thunder mirror in his hand, poured all his strength into it, and shot it out directly. Instantly, countless lightning bolts shot out from the heavenly thunder mirror, and its power was unparalleled. Then, the earth-penetrating seal and the divine spirit seal of the two family emitted a bright light. Yenziki's yin-yang mirror, Shahan's soul-piercing arrow, Shaja's golden soul sword, and Hai Hunshan's immortal binding lock were all activated, that they converged into a dazzling light, which was mixed with the unique attributes of the Wu people's techniques and divine spirit power. It collided with the flame spear array in the sky. The flame spear array in the sky seemed to have sensed the unprecedented power of this attack. After a collision, it let out an earth-shattering roar. The flame spear array immediately retreated a few hundred feet, and the scorching heat was also retracted. The source of this explosion was, of course, Swordsmanship's doing. Everyone's ultimate strength soared into the sky, and it actually broke the powerful and invincible flame spear array into countless pieces. At this moment, the explosive power that had broken out of the encirclement had caused the sky to clear up. Although this was partly due to the fact that the flame spear had sensed the aura of the sorcerer tribe's treasure and bloodline cultivation method, it did not directly attack. However, the power of this attack that Swordsmanship had activated had reached a terrifying level. At least, Hai Hunshan and the others knew what was going on. If they only combined their strength, even if they had enough treasures, they would only feel a little better. It was impossible for them to counterattack the flame spear array, or even destroy a lot of flame spears. This was something that had already been tested before. If that wasn't the case, why would he need to beg Swordsmanship for help? It's done. Hai Hunshan and the others sighed in amazement in their hearts. But at the same time, they were overjoyed. The heavy stone in their hearts was finally lifted. The land of Zuwu, the soul of Zhurong, the flame sea overturning the sky, the palace of inheritance. This was a legend that had been passed down in the Wu people for many years. Today they finally met it. According to legend, back then, Dong Huang felt that Zuwu Zhurong's soul was too strong and didn't accept the inheritance. Therefore, he purposely let go of Zhurong's remnant soul and allowed it to be passed down to future generations. Of course, this was just a legend. The Wu people of the monster race were also enemies. Whether or not Dong Huang of the monster race was really so kind as to let Zhurong's remnant soul pass down his inheritance was a matter of opinion. But now, after coming to this place, they felt that this legend was actually true. At least, this was the real land of Zuwu Zhurong's inheritance. An ultimate attack filled with the power of the Soul Oracle, and the Wu people should be enough. Hai Hunshan looked at the flame spear array above his head, and couldn't help but wonder. But why aren't the flame spears in the sky retreating? The attack just now should be enough to prove that we are qualified to receive the inheritance, right? Everyone was surprised by the current situation. That's right. Just now, they clearly felt the recognition of Lord Zuwu's remnant soul, and the danger had already passed. But why were the flame spears still hanging in the sky? The danger wasn't completely over yet. This didn't seem right. Everyone turned their heads in confusion and looked to the other side. They saw Swordsmanship looking at the sky with a dumbfounded expression. Everyone looked over suspiciously and saw that the tip of the flame spears in the sky had all gathered neatly and were all pointing in the same direction. And that direction was the tip of Swordsmanship's nose. Swordsmanship, who was being pointed at by thousands and billions of flame spears, instantly became cross-eyed. What's going on? Swordsmanship was dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events. You tricked me? You must have tricked me. Swordsmanship instinctively felt that he had been tricked. He was inexplicably indignant and sorrowful as he lashed out. Fuck, so this was the reason. I was kind and painstakingly helped you get through the danger. And then nothing happened to you. Instead, all the attacks were directed at me. because I have the bloodline of the human race? Because I don't have the bloodline of the Wu people? So that's why. How vicious. How despicable. How shameless. Swishaoduo was furious. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Sha Han and the others with extreme hatred. He was so angry that he wanted to eat their flesh and skin, grind their bones and scatter their ashes. He was absolutely irreconcilable. Little did he know that Hai Hunshan and the others were also completely dumbfounded. We really don't know what's going on. According to what we know, as long as we pass the test, everything will be fine. The flaming spear in the sky should fall down and turn into a sea of fire again. Then, the inheritance palace would appear, and those who meet the requirements would be able to enter and inherit Zhu Wu Zhurong's legacy. Nitrogen. Why did Swishaoduo have such a problem? Don't look at us, and don't look at us like that. We really don't know anything. The 10 people present were all dumbfounded. They were at a loss. Swishaoduo also realized that this group of people didn't know anything. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to disguise themselves so well. Especially that Sha Diao. It was even more impossible for him to be so sincere. Otherwise, his acting skills would be too good. Moreover, all 9 of them were so good. It was a gathering of award-winning actors and actresses. At this moment, the wind and clouds in the sky gathered rapidly. Soon a human face appeared. It was the face of the red-robed man. Yes. It was the face of the supreme of all flames and flames, Zhu Wu Zhurong. The eyes on this face were full of uncertainty and doubt. He looked at Swishaoduo for a while, and then disappeared immediately. Then, the endless flaming spears swooped down towards Swishaoduo. They were aimed at Swishaoduo himself. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Boom boom boom. Chapter 998. Shockwaves rolled, destroying the heavens and earth. It seemed like it would not give up until it turned Swishaoduo into minced meat. Hai Hunshan and the others were so scared that they almost peed their pants. Their hearts were swollen from fear. However, when the energy came down, it suddenly sent Hai Hunshan and the others flying with a bang. It was clear that it was not going to deal with them. It was going to deal with the most handsome one in the middle. With a bang, the 9 of them were sent flying in 9 different directions. Boom boom. The flaming spears in the sky were only aimed at Swishaoduo. They were densely packed and crazily bombarding him. Furthermore, for some reason, they actually restricted Swishaoduo's space to dodge. He wanted to dodge, but he was directly confined by the space. Throughout the whole process, he could only meet force with force. He was passively attacked, blasted, and beaten up. Swishaoduo roared, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Today, I'll be screwed by you guys. The cat spirit sword was the first to attack the flaming spears. Kami no Su shouted from afar. Although there's no hope for you today, I, Kami no Su, swear on my life and soul that this has nothing to do with us. This is not our plan. He didn't know if Swishaoduo heard him or not, but he could see that this guy was already fighting with the flaming gun without any fear of death. He was wholeheartedly focused on dealing with the dangerous situation. The flaming spears were powerful. Swishaoduo roared in anger and staggered left and right. However, he was also desperately attacking with his sword. Although he was giving it his all, he was still suppressed to an absolute disadvantage in an instant. Hai Hunshan and the others turned their heads and looked at Kami no Su. Did I hear wrongly? Kami no Su was still calling for Zwa at a time like this? What kind of mentality was this? The cooperation was over, and the crisis was over. Shouldn't she treat him like a piece of toilet paper and throw him away after using him? Could it be that this kind of person was still worth lingering over? Could it be that this fellow was so satisfied with being tortured by that fellow that he couldn't bear to do so? Kami no Su panted and looked at everyone's gazes. She said angrily, "What are you looking at? Is it strange? Could it be that you've forgotten your own promise?" Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. This was a promise. In this inheritance space, they would always respect Swishaoduo as their boss. You only called me Zwa once? Can we afford to lose face in front of our ancestors? That's right. We can't, and we shouldn't betray you at this time, Sha Han said. That was an oath in front of Ancestor Sorcerer. Kami no Su said. It doesn't matter if I can't or if I shouldn't. In any case, I can't afford to lose face like this. He took a deep breath and stuffed a healing pill into his mouth. He said, the oath is still ringing in my ears. I'm going. We Wu people since ancient times honor our promises. We promised Swishaoduo that we would respect him as our boss in this inheritance space. Now we haven't left yet. You're going to save him? Sha Yu frowned. Yes, Kami no Su said. My words are like the wind. I have no regrets even if I die 9 times. Right now we're still in the inheritance space. He's my boss now. There's no reason for me to watch my boss risk his life and do nothing. Moreover, this is after he saved us first. After we leave, no matter what our stance is, how we fight to the death, how we act, these are all matters after we leave. But in here he's my boss. I've acknowledged him, Kami no Su said indifferently. No matter how unwilling I was when I acknowledged him. But I acknowledged him, I acknowledged him. I acknowledged him as my boss. And he did indeed help me through life and death. Then, I naturally have to go save him. I'll risk everything, and do everything I can to help him. If I save him, I'll have no regrets even if I die. You're really going to die, Sha Yu said angrily, as she looked at the crazy lightning of the flame spear. Kami no Su is right. This time the one who agreed was actually Sha Diao. Sha Diao said, Kami no Su, you're a man. Let's go together. I've already made the oath, so we should follow it. No matter how much of a bastard this guy is, how annoying he is, and how much I want to kill him. In this inheritance space, he's my boss. I'm going too. Hai Hun Shan, Sha Hun, Sha Zha and the others laughed out loud almost at the same time. Even if we die here today, we can't let the sorcerer tribe's tens of thousands of years of pride be lost on us. Wuxia is right. Even if we die, we can't let our ancestors lose face. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Tu Yunxiao had already charged ahead. Even if we die in the hands of Swishaoduo on the battlefield in the future, we can't lose face today. Sha Yu smiled bitterly, but there was still pride in her smile. As expected of the brothers of the Wu people, you're a man of your words, and you have no regrets even if you die 9 times. Let's go together. The 9 descendants of the witch tribe laughed out loud in unison. With their treasures in hand, they charged forward and charged into the vast sea of fire. Zwa, we didn't let you down, Kami no Su shouted. After we get out, let's fight to the death. Since I called you Zwa, let's live and die together. Zwa Xiaoduo was in a critical moment, but it wasn't a moment of life and death. This was because he keenly sensed that although these flaming spears still looked terrifying and had the power to easily kill him, in terms of actual lethality, they were much weaker than before. They no longer looked like they were going to directly kill him and leave him some leeway. It was more like stretching himself to the limit, squeezing himself as much as he could, and testing his limits? Or what? Swishaoduo tried his best to resist the urge to take out his final trump card, the 99 cat hammer. He only circulated the 1,000-soul nightmare hammer's mantra and used the monstrous power he created before to resist with all his might. He wasn't stupid. Since this power could merge with the power of the other Umno Alliance disciples, it was naturally the best way to deal with the current situation. After all, this was the Wu people's space of inheritance. The Flaming Sun Sutra couldn't be exposed now, and the Flaming Sun Sutra would definitely not be recognized. Since the offensive had already turned into a controllable range, it was best not to use his final trump card, the 99 kitty hammer. The previous changes, whether it was the space ring that shouldn't have been able to be opened, or the sudden appearance of the flood, were already very eye-catching. If he rashly used the 99 cat hammer again, it would definitely be noticed by those brats. It was better to keep this trump card. If he woke up when he found out, how would he hit them in the future? They were still enemies in their bones. He wouldn't use it unless his life was at stake. He didn't dare to use the cat spirit sword in his hand, the Wahuang sword. The Wahuang sword seemed to have a grudge against the owner of this space. If he used it, he would probably be in trouble. Zhou Xiaoduo pushed all the power in his body to the limit. At this moment, the qi in his dantian was like a raging wave, going against the momentum and counterattacking the flaming spear array in the sky. The cat spirit sword's tip was pointed at the rainstorm sword technique. Every move, every style, every sword strike, every attack accurately struck the tip of the flaming spear. In the continuous exchange, Zhou Xiaoduo could clearly feel that the consciousness in the sky was constantly growing uncertain, doubtful, and hesitant. It was a special feeling of, is this brat down there? Why is he so strange? Luckily, it's just a remnant of my soul, so my cognition is limited. If it was just a little bit clearer. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't have been able to escape today, and would have died who knows where. Zhou Xiaoduo's mind was full of thoughts. He couldn't help but sweat profusely. While he was thinking, the flaming spear in the sky had fallen again. In the roar, Zhou Xiaoduo screamed again and again. The power of this wave of attack was actually much stronger than the last time, that it was an extreme posture of wanting to squeeze Zhou Xiaoduo to the limit until he was smashed to pieces. Moreover, as the power of the huge waves driven by Zhou Xiaoduo became stronger and stronger, the flaming spear in the sky faintly showed a subtle feeling that it was forcibly suppressing the fire, but was about to be unable to suppress it. That the attack was getting fiercer and fiercer, and the offensive was getting more and more explosive. Zhou Xiaoduo tried his best to parry, but the cat spirit sword, which had reached the level of a spirit weapon, let out a burst of mournful cries. The sword light gradually scattered, and it was no longer a threat. As time went on, Zhou Xiaoduo felt more and more pressure. It seemed that he couldn't hold on any longer, and he had no choice but to use his hammer. He didn't have any hope for Hai Hunshan and the others. He was already in a dead end, and the other party, who had escaped, was lucky if they didn't attack him. Why would they come in to help? After all, they were on opposing sides after all. At this moment a loud roar came from outside. Zhua, we didn't let you down. After we get out, let's fight to the death again. Since I called you Zhua, let's live and die together. With a violent roar, the 9 people of the Umno Alliance stepped into the raging flames again, and entered the battle aggressively. Shahan shouted, "Everyone take your positions." Zhou Xiaoduo was still hesitating. The previous Du Tian God-killing formation had been formed in seconds. Then it was the same power of the cultivation methods of their respective clans. It was the same people. It was the same treasures. They showed their power again, and the power was no less than before. There was an additional momentum of advancing courageously. Zhou Xiaoduo subconsciously cooperated. The monstrous flood gathered all the power of his side, and rushed to the sky, shaking the flaming spear formation again. Boom. This time, the power of the attack was actually several times greater than the previous one, because this time they were really working together, and they really didn't hold back. Moreover, their hearts were bright, and they were fighting with a clear mind. It was full of generosity and fierceness. The 10 of them didn't distinguish between friend and foe, and they cooperated seamlessly. In the sky, the flaming spear formation was suddenly stopped by the attack. A blurry thought suddenly appeared. Vaguely, it seemed that someone was murmuring in the sky, and asking in a low and melancholic voice. It seemed to be asking himself, and it seemed to be asking the heavens, and it also seemed to be asking everyone. Could it be that I was wrong? Was it wrong or not? Back then, was it me or you who was wrong? Wrong. Sigh, I was wrong after all. Chapter 999. The will reverberated in the air. That indescribable emotion was also affecting everyone's state of mind. Everyone could clearly feel that indescribable regret, and endless melancholy. That Zhou Xiaoduo's crisis was instantly resolved. The power of the Oracle Soul had lifted up this space. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoduo's heart was filled with intense surprise. It could even be said that he was stunned. He turned his head and frowned. How did you guys come in? Sha Diao's face was filled with displeasure. Although we were forced by the situation, we promised that we would respect you as the boss here. Were we lying? Now that you're in danger, We naturally have to fight side by side and help you. At the very least, when we're in here, you're the boss, and we're your subordinates. How can we stand by and do nothing when the boss is in trouble? These words were said with great reluctance. Hai Hun Shan activated the immortal binding lock with all his strength, and said lightly, Boss Zua, you don't have to be grateful. Once we get out of here, it will be the end of our promise. We will still be enemies of life and death, supporting each other hand in hand, but it will only be limited to this space. Tu Yunyan smiled. After we get out, if we have the chance to kill you, we won't show any mercy. We'll definitely eliminate you at the first opportunity. An enemy is an enemy, but no matter how special the conditions are, an alliance of friends and brothers is still an alliance. The promise of the UMNO alliance is always valid. Before the special conditions are met, we can't go back on our words. Sha Hun, Sha Zhe, Tu Yunxiao and the others laughed in unison. Zua, today we'll fight to the death. Our friendship is life and death. Ha ha ha. You're the astral souls, and we're the Wu people. We don't have any brotherhood with you, only a promise. Zua Xiaoduo laughed loudly. You guys are indeed good men. I underestimated you guys before. The 10 of them once again joined hands to resist the flaming spear array. In the air, the face appeared again. It looked down with a complicated expression. Then, as if it had put down all its worries, it suddenly disappeared. Everyone could clearly feel that an obsession had quietly dissipated. It was a kind of obsession that had lasted for countless years. Perhaps it was because of this obsession that this wisp of remnant soul had survived until now. But for some reason, after seeing the current situation below, it suddenly disappeared. Yes, a faint voice sighed. It's my fault. I shouldn't have been so stubborn. Haha, brothers. I'm sorry I'm here. The consciousness quietly dissipated. Then, the flame spears in the air rose higher and higher, and began to scatter in all directions. The crisis had been completely overcome. Seeing that the situation, the 10 of them could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Of you. Of course. Of course I don't feel grateful. Of course I. Of you of mine. Of you I. Of you. Who cares? Kami no Su threw the space-shaking gong over. I don't need you to feel grateful. I don't need your help. When we leave this place, I'll take this space-shaking gong back with my own hands. Ha ha ha. Zua Xiaoduo laughed. However, his heart was in turmoil. At this moment, he thought of many things and understood many things. He finally understood why in the legends, the UMNO Alliance and the Astral Souls higher-ups were able to develop feelings for each other. They were able to trust each other. They were able to fight to the death. They were able to send their descendants to the other party for protection and training. They were able to have a drink with each other before the decisive battle between the two armies. In the legends, when the 12 great shamans met with the higher-ups of the Astral Souls, the Heavenly King Throne, and the others, most of the time, they were chatting happily. When they got together, they talked about everything that they could even discuss the flaws of martial arts, and researched the path of martial arts together. This was not without reason. This was indeed a group of lovable enemies. He also realized that this group of UMNO Alliance's juniors, at least in terms of human nature, were already capable of doing things that others could not. With a promise, they could easily abandon life and death, and move forward courageously. To be fair, if he were in their shoes, Zua Xiaoduo would not dare to say that he would be able to keep his promise. However, this not dare to say already made Zua Xiaoduo feel a little ashamed. Although the actions of the other party had already been seen by countless people as fools in today's society. However, Zua Xiaoduo knew that since ancient times, the ones who were able to do magnificent things and leave behind immortal legends were fools like this. Smart people would not be able to create an eternal legend. At this moment, he looked at the 10 people in front of him with new eyes. He thought of the lone bamboo mountain, the overwhelming number of soldiers who rushed towards his UMNO alliance and self-destructed like locusts. The number of people who were burned without hesitation was shocking. At this moment, Zua Xiaoduo was in a daze again. He thought of these things and understood these things. However, at the same time, He also thought of the boundless cemetery of heroes behind the Sun-Moon Pass. He could not help but sigh in disappointment. He said in a low voice, "In front of great benefits, friends are tested. In a battle of life and death, brothers are tested. In the sword and sword, there is a different kind of hero's love." He solemnly raised his head and said in a deep voice, "The 9 of you can be considered heroes. Thank you for the compliment." Hai Hunshan's bulbous nose twitched. He laughed very heartily. He flicked his tongue and spat out a mouthful of phlegm with black smoke. He said, "Although I am ugly, I have never belittled myself, and I will not deny that I am a person." Zhou Xiaoduo could not help but be surprised when he heard this. He blurted out, "Hai Hunshan, how can you be so ugly?" This matter was really puzzling. Logically speaking, the Hai family had been passed down for so many years. With such a great power, it was impossible for them to marry an ugly girl. Generations of excellent genes had been passed down. No matter what, it was impossible for them to produce Hai Hunshan's appearance. Apart from Hai Hunshan, the other 8 disciples of the Umno Alliance were all outstanding. Even Sha Yu could not be considered a peerless beauty, but she was still very beautiful and extraordinary. Hai Hunshan smiled faintly. "The reason is not for outsiders to know." Kami no Su chuckled and said, "I know about this. If Zhou is interested." Hai Hunshan was furious. "Don't say it." Zhou Xiaoduo was suddenly overflowing with interest. If Kami no Su continued, he would not be interested. However, Hai Hunshan's interruption made Zhou Xiaoduo's gossipy heart burn like a flaming gun in the sky. Tell me quickly. Tell your boss." "Boss, I am very interested." Everyone rolled their eyes. This guy was indeed addicted to being a boss. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at the flaming gun in the sky slowly descending. The sea of fire in the distance gradually formed again. Vaguely, a huge palace was slowly taking shape. However, it was still illusory. There was still some time before it was fully formed. During this period of time, since he had nothing to do, he might as well listen to more gossip. It was an entertainment program. "I love to listen to the unhappy things of others. Tell me quickly. Let's have fun together," Zhou Xiaoduo said excitedly. The 9 people looked at each other. This guy's gloating attribute was definitely maxed out. Hai Hunshan's face darkened. His threatening eyes swept across the faces of the other 8 people. His eyes clearly said 2 words, "Who dares?" Everyone shrunk their necks under his menacing gaze. Zhou Xiaoduo frowned. Suddenly, he strode forward and grabbed Hai Hunshan by the neck. With a bang, he pressed him to the ground and sat on his head. He exerted force. Puff. Hai Hunshan's head was directly sat on the ground. He couldn't even make a sound. "Say it," Zhou Xiaoduo said with a smile. Hai Hunshan has acquiesced. As he said, he grabbed Hai Hunshan's right hand and made a peace sign. Then Zhou Xiaoduo shouted, "Yeah." Then he said, "You see, right? Hai Hunshan is so happy." Everyone felt a chill down their spines. They didn't know whether Hai Hunshan was happy or not, but they saw that he was very happy. It is said that when Hai Hunshan was young, he went out to gain experience and accidentally encountered a great demon at the bottom of the sea. That great demon was at the critical moment of nirvana and becoming a saint. Hai Hunshan was disturbed by it. Cough, that was a sky-swallowing toad. A sky-swallowing toad that was almost at the saint level. Then the big demon flew into a rage. He directly covered Chu Yang with the toad clothes he had just taken off. He was deceived for half a month. Even the ancestor of the West Sea went there in person, but the big demon didn't buy it. He only left a sentence saying, "If you want to digest my 7 treasures toad clothes, you have to wait a long time." At that time, the ancestor of the West Sea asked, "When?" The toad demon said, "If you want to remove the saint toad clothes, you have to wait until the heaven falls." Zhou Xiaoduo finally couldn't help but twitch his mouth and laugh. He said the old toad said something about nirvana and becoming a saint. Maybe it's true since he doesn't give face to senior magi. But since ancient times, although the righteous path has been through a lot, the evil can't suppress the righteous path. In the end, it's inevitable that the righteous path will grow and the evil will vanish. It's a law of the ancient times. Then, where did the saying about the heaven falling from the heaven come from? Relying on the unorthodox path may be able to gain prestige for a while, but whether it's the ancient records, the history books, or even the unofficial history chapters in novels, there's no such thing as the evil path achieving the righteous path, right? Shuo snorted. Is this story made up? The heaven falling from the heaven is simply a joke. Zua, be careful with your words, be careful with your words. Sha Han said seriously. Although Chan Sheng isn't good at attacking, his cultivation base is high, especially his divination skill. It can be said to be unparalleled in the world. Even the flood witch of our tribe is amazed by him. Although this senior is a demon, he has never seen any blood in his life. He has always been kind and aloof from worldly affairs. Otherwise, how can he live in the territory of our Umno alliance? Zhou Xiaoduo said disapprovingly. Since he's so kind, why did he make things difficult for Hai Hunshan and act rashly? Chapter 1000. Regarding this, Zhu's knowledge of the saint is too shallow, so it's inevitable that he would have such doubts. Sha Han sighed. Chan Xing stood aloof from worldly affairs all his life, and never got involved in any karma. Even since the ancient times, during the legendary war between the dragons and the phoenixes. This saint already existed, but he never opened his mouth, and never cared about any worldly affairs in his life. He only focused on cultivation. Usually, even if the undersea demons fought fiercely in his palace, and even if ordinary loaches crawled into his cave abode, or even under his stomach, he never cared about them. When Brother Hai went to the dojo, it was the delicate moment when Chan Sheng was only half a step away from ascending to the heavens. It was also the last moment when Chan Sheng was taking off his toad clothes. It was said that Chan Sheng's cultivation was different from the Wu people's. He could never transform, but once he took off his toad clothes, he immediately became a saint. Toads are creatures. It's hard to cultivate, hard to understand, and hard to live in the world. That's why there's a saying that their lifespan is less than 30 years. In other words, it's hard for toads to live more than 30 years. But Chan Sheng somehow broke this limit, and ever since he transformed into a toad, he never made a sound. He lived in the world, and never got involved in worldly affairs, nor did he get involved in the karma of the mortal world. He didn't move when mountains collapsed in front of him, and he didn't open his eyes when people died. He waited his whole life quietly for the arrival of the last stage, the last moment. It's said that the old man already has a lifespan of 1,000,000 years. It seems that he knew what he should do, and how to live in the world from the moment he was born. His goal has always been very clear, and that is to become a saint. Ever since he transformed into a toad, he didn't even eat a mosquito. He didn't even get involved in the karma of a mosquito. The only opening in my life is the time I barged into the Sea Spirit Mountain. But it happened at the most critical moment, which made it difficult for him to complete his cultivation. He's still stuck in the West Sea. No, you're still trying to trick me. Even if you're speaking nonsense in a serious manner, how can you trick me? Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly interrupted. Sha Han was stunned and said in surprise. Zhou, everything I said is true. How did it become a bluff? Zhou Xiaoduo laughed strangely and said, You still don't want to admit it? You said that Chan Sheng had never spoken in his entire life, that he had never moved, that his cultivation was extraordinary, that he had lived for millions of years, and that he had a kind heart and so on. Even if what you said was reasonable, you still said that Chan Sheng was proficient in the art of divination, and was unparalleled in the world. Isn't this illogical? He has never spoken in his entire life. So how did he manifest the Tao of divination, and become unrivaled in the world? Who did he calculate for? And who was the one who spread it to him? It was hard for me to imagine how a person who had never opened his mouth in his entire life would be able to point people in the right direction. Isn't such contradictory fallacies nonsense? Sha Han was stunned again. He paused and said, Zhua, what you said was reasonable, but who said that he couldn't communicate with the outside world if he didn't speak or move in his entire life? Chan Sheng has been staying in the West Sea for countless years. Although it's a big mystery of the Umno alliance, It's not a top secret. In fact, many disciples of the aristocratic families have to go to the West Sea when they travel outside, hoping to have a relationship with Chan Sheng and get some good luck. It's just that few people can get what they want. Upon hearing this, Zhuoxiao's interest was greatly increased. He immediately changed his expression and said, "There is such a miraculous thing? Tell me in detail." Shahan smiled and didn't put on airs. He said in a deep voice, "The legend of Chan Sheng in the West Sea has a long history. It has always been a place of great luck for the aristocratic families of the Umno Alliance. Senior Chan Sheng has always been silent and only communicated with the outside world through his mind. Many disciples of the aristocratic families went to see him in the hope that they could be noticed by Senior Chan Sheng, so that he could divine their fate. However, there were very few who got what they wanted, because Senior Chan Sheng would only divine their fate and point them in the right direction for three kinds of people. The first kind is those with great fate, the second kind is those with great fortune, and the third kind is those with great luck." Upon hearing this, Zhuoxiao was greatly shocked. This Chan Sheng was actually in the same line of work as him? Moreover, this person's level was many levels higher than his. When he read people's faces, there were also a lot of customers. But how could he compare to this person's high class and high class? Just this point alone was worth him pondering and learning again. He thought in his heart, "This Chan Sheng, from a tadpole to a toad." And then he didn't move for his whole life. However, he knows the method of cultivation and knows how to avoid karma. His goal is very clear, and he points directly to the path of the divine path. This is a bit strange. Could it be that he is the incarnation of some powerful person after his death? Or could it be that some powerful being had reincarnated in this life? Otherwise, how could it be possible? Zhuoxiao thought in his heart, but didn't say it out loud. He only planned to go to the West Sea of the Umno Alliance if there was a chance. However, his cultivation was too low now. He would be courting death if he went there. He had to wait for an opportunity. Shahan paused for a while and said, "The ancestor of the flood of my clan once met Chan Sheng and admired him very much. He even said that Chan Sheng's way of divination was even better than his qi observation technique. It was very mysterious, and he even pointed out that the reason why Chan Sheng only gave divination guidance to those three types of people was because those three types of people wouldn't bring about bad consequences. Even if there were bad consequences, there would be more good. In other words, those who could get guidance from Chan Sheng would have great fortune in the future. And this is also the truth. For countless years, those who could get guidance from Chan Sheng would all achieve great things in the future. And it was also the case. Over the years, those who could get guidance from Chan Sheng would all achieve great things in the future. That time in the Sea Spirit Mountain, he was really unlucky. Earlier, even if Senior Toad Saint did not give him any guidance at most, he would just ignore him. Later, Senior Toad Saint would have completed his task and would have been overjoyed. Perhaps he would have even given him some benefits. But when he arrived, Senior Toad Saint had restrained all of his yuan power, which was rare in his life. Senior Toad Saint could not activate his mind to communicate with the outside world. Inadvertently, he broke the silent technique. A lifetime of work was destroyed in a moment. If Senior Chan Sheng still didn't react, then that would be the strangest thing in the world. This was also the follow-up of the toad cloak covering the body. It is said that after Hai Hunshan was released, he had to remove the toad cloak and cover Chan Sheng's body again. And Chan Sheng had to remove the toad cloak again before he could transcend. Can anyone guess who Chan Sheng was? So, from then on, Hai Hunshan became like a Shahan sighed heavily. As ugly as a toad. Zhuoxiao's eyes widened as he continued this sentence. On the ground, Hai Hunshan, who was being sat on by Zhuoxiao, slammed his hands on the ground angrily. Can you not continue with the last half of your sentence? Why is your bad sense of humor so heavy? Yes, Shahan said. Actually, Brother Hai was still very handsome before. Compared to you, Zhua, he was only slightly inferior. He was a proper by face. He frowned and thought for a moment. Then he shook his head regretfully. It's a pity that he has been a toad for too long. I have forgotten what he looked like. Everyone said together, that's true. It seems that I have also forgotten what he looked like. But there's no mistaking his face. Hai Hunshan was speechless. Zhou Xiaoduo moved his butt away. Hai Hunshan had regained his freedom. However, after being hit by this series of words, he buried his head in the ground and did not want to pull it out at all. That the flaming spears in the sky once again rained down in rows. However, they no longer had a terrifying lethality. The huge palace of heritage had also begun to take shape. During this process, Zhou Xiaoduo unexpectedly discovered that he could connect to the Tower of Annihilation. Obviously, the prohibition spell on the divine soul had been lifted. Zhou Xiaoduo's heart immediately relaxed by half. Yes, in this space that he did not understand at all, he had one more trump card. Hai Hunshan sat up with his face covered in dirt. However, he kept his head down and became a taciturn gourd. Before this, he had also been wearing this face. However, he was talking and laughing with a calm expression. After the reason was explained, he felt that his face was too embarrassing, that the 10 of them sat in a circle. After the life-or-death battle just now, everyone instinctively felt closer to each other. Even if there was still hostility in their bones, in this secret space, it seemed that the hatred outside was not so important. Zhou, you're not going to just sit here and do nothing. We can't just wait. Shaja said. How about we have a sword competition? As he said that, he took out the gold soul sword. Zhou Xiaoduo was not interested. I don't want to fight with you. I'm afraid that if I use a little more strength, I'll cut you into 8 pieces. You can't be put back together. Puff. The others all snorted in unison. Shaja's cold face turned into an eggplant. Zhou Xiaoduo sighed. Originally, I could have killed you happily. However, you made such a scene. It's not fun to kill you. Even if I want to kill you, I'll have to go out first. I still have a good conscience. Forget it. Let's just drink and chat while we wait. Hai Hunshan said. I have good wine here. Sha Hun explained on the side. Since Hai Hunshan became ugly, he became very interested in wine. He also did a lot of research. He once collected some bones of high-level tiger demons for a period of time and soaked them in wine. It's said that the effect is very good. Hai Hunshan was furious. What do you mean by after becoming ugly? Can't you shut your mouth? Although he was scolding, he took out the tiger bone wine. When the tiger bone wine was taken out, the others also took out all kinds of dishes. There were all kinds of exotic delicacies. They were all delicious. Even a stingy person like Zhou Xiaoduo took out 10 chive pancakes and generously gave one to each person. I'm telling you, this is made by my mother. It's very delicious. You should feel honored. Do you understand? The 9 juniors of the Umno Alliance immediately twitched the corners of their mouths. We took out heavenly treasures to eat, and you only took out 10 chive pancakes. They're not even chives from spiritual plants. They're just ordinary chives. You actually want to pretend and brag. This is too much. Chapter 1001. Zhou Xiaoduo said angrily. What kind of look is that? You don't know the value of this chive pancake. This chive pancake. Zhou Xiaoduo glanced at everyone. Priceless. One of a kind. Extremely precious. The 9 of them snorted. It was just a chive pancake. No matter how much he bragged, it couldn't reach the heavens. After everyone took a bite, they found that the taste was really good. At least it had a different flavor. Zhou Xiaoduo, who gave out 9 chive pancakes, felt that he had paid a price. Therefore he began to eat and drink with a clear conscience. He finished more than 5 kilograms of tiger bone wine, and ate all kinds of heavenly and earthly treasures to his heart's content. He felt that he had taken advantage of them, and was very happy. Zhou Xiaoduo didn't know that this chive pancake was indeed very precious. The heavenly king of the right had almost risked his life, and sent many priceless treasures to her. But she had only agreed. He hadn't even kissed her yet. Therefore, to be able to eat this chive pancake was really a rare opportunity. Sha Hun narrowed his eyes and ate the chive pancake. The more he ate, the more delicious it became. He seemed to ask casually, Zwa, your cultivation method is very special. Zwa Xiaoduo immediately became alert. This guy is trying to trick me. Even if he's not Bai Yan, it doesn't mean that he's not narrow-minded. Zwa Xiaoduo gulped down the wine and ate the meat. He squinted and said, It's Esazo, third in the world. I don't know what cultivation method it is. Can you tell me? Xiaodiao asked directly. My cultivation method is amazing. It's Jiutian Shidi. Before Zwa Xiaoduo could finish, the 9 of them raised their hands together. They immediately begged for mercy. Stop bragging. We won't ask anymore. They couldn't trick him. Shahan had expected this. Although he was full of doubts, he also knew that it would be more difficult to get information out of Zwa Xiaoduo than to kill Zwa Xiaoduo directly. He didn't mean to ask, but he was still hoping. As they drank, everyone began to brag. After all, they were a group of young people. Their bragging was like dust that covered the world, and their bragging filled the sky. As he blew, he waited for the inheritance palace to take shape. The palace became more and more solid at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, it was about to take shape. When I was 17 years old, I went out to sea to fish. I steered a yacht and held a fishing rod. After 50 kilometers out to sea, I suddenly felt my hand sink. A big fish took the bait. Hai Hunshan bragged as he drank. Guess how big that fish is? How old? Everyone asked. I don't know how big it is, but this fish dragged my yacht, which was more than 10 tons, more than 3,000 kilometers into the deep sea. In the end, it broke the string and ran away. This is a true story. The last time I went to Hainan, Lu Xiaohui told me that he rented a yacht to go out to sea to fish. A big fish dragged the yacht, which was several tons, for more than 200 kilometers. When he said this, he looked serious and nervous. He even sighed and said that it was a pity that the fish ran away. I almost believed him. It's really big. He really knows how to brag. Everyone laughed. As they were laughing, they suddenly saw a flame shoot up into the sky from the other side of the sky, burning the entire sky red. Then the sound of a bell rang. Dong that everyone felt their souls suddenly sober. When they turned to look at the source of the sound, they saw that the inheritance palace had completely taken shape. It was majestic in this world. The palace has taken shape. Let's go in. Hai Hunshan said. It's said that everyone who enters the palace will face an independent palace. What you can get depends on your own fate. The 9 people of the sorcerer tribe knew the whole story very well, and Hai Hunshan still said it. Obviously, it was for Zwa Xiaoduo to hear. Zwa Xiaoduo nodded, indicating that he understood. Zwa, Kami no Su said seriously. After you enter, if there are signs of bloodline rejection, it's better for you to come out as soon as possible. The witch ancestor's inheritance has always been very important to the bloodline. Even if you don't get anything, you'll still have your life intact. Even if you don't get anything, 10% of each of us will be yours. There's no need to take risks. Zwa Xiaoduo nodded again. Take care. Everyone cupped their hands and immediately stood up, striding toward the entrance of the palace. Everywhere they looked was a sea of fire. Only the path they were walking on seemed to have a suitable temperature. It even felt like a willow wind was blowing on their faces. In front of the palace, the 2 doors were suddenly wide open. Inside, a long corridor could be vaguely seen. Even further away, everything was fiery red. I'll go first. Hai Hunshan laughed heartily as he strode forward and entered the palace. Everyone watched with wide eyes as Hai Hunshan walked through the door and walked into the long corridor. Then he disappeared. It was strange and inexplicable. However, Shahan and the others didn't feel offended at all. They entered one after another and disappeared one by one. Zwa Xiaoduo carefully observed the traces of people entering. These people were probably arranged according to age. The oldest one entered first, then the second one. The order seemed strange, but in fact it was not messy at all. In the end, Xiaodiao, who was last in line, also went in. At the entrance, only Zwa Xiaoduo was left. Zwa Xiaoduo carefully observed the palace. He faintly felt that there would be trouble if he went in. However, he was unwilling to not go in. Thinking left and right, he was in a dilemma. Finally, he braced himself and walked a few steps forward. Just as he reached the entrance of the palace, and was about to poke his head out to see if there were any clues that he could follow, suddenly, a large fiery red hand stretched out from nowhere and grabbed Swishaoduo. With a whoosh, it pulled him in. "Spare me!" Swishaoduo screamed. This big hand didn't appear when it was the first 9 people. But when it was his turn, it actually dragged him in such a rude manner. He was afraid that it had ulterior motives, and was up to no good. Bang. Swishaoduo was like a dead pig, thrown in the middle of the palace. Swishaoduo got up with a grunt. He raised his head, and saw that there was a cloud of red smoke that was taking shape. A face appeared faintly, and then a body appeared. A tall and sturdy figure, wearing a red robe, sat on the main seat of the palace, looking down at Swishaoduo with a complicated look in his eyes. This was the soul of the inheritance that was left in the palace thousands of years ago. It knew nothing about the tests and battles outside. Only when people entered the space of inheritance would this remnant soul be activated. This kid in front of him was very strange. His bloodline was clearly not of the Wu people, but his cultivation method had traces of the Gong clan. However, the natal cultivation method that he was using was completely different from the water element. It was a fire element cultivation method that was of the same origin as his own. This kid actually cultivated both fire and water, and was compatible with 2 elements that were difficult to reconcile. What's more, the fire element cultivation method seemed to be not much weaker than his own fire energy. But after observing for a while, he found that there were even stranger elements in this kid's body. There was also the flow of yin and yang, but it could balance yin and yang on its own. In other words, this kid's body was of the same origin as fire and water. Yin and yang coexisted, and the 5 elements rotated. Self-sufficient? Although Zhu Wu Zhu Rong was only a remnant soul that couldn't even leave the inheritance palace, he was still knowledgeable. But he couldn't understand how this kid, whose cultivation was as weak as a piece of paper, could have such a strange cultivation method. Human race? You're really human. That figure's eyes were fixed on Swishaoduo. Swishaoduo's divine soul felt like it had entered a nightmare. He felt like he was being sucked into that pair of eyes. His divine soul rippled, unable to control itself. A mountain-like pressure forcefully invaded his soul, as if it had entered an uninhabited land. He could see everything clearly. How could a human learn the cultivation method of the Gong clan? Are you a descendant of the Gong clan? Swishaoduo nodded instinctively. I don't know the details. I just learned. What Gong clan? The figure sighed softly and said in disappointment. Back then, my brother Xiaobai fought a great battle. But it caused the decline of the shaman tribe to begin. It went out of control, and they were defeated one by one. Could it be that after so many years the 2 brothers will have a common successor? He looked at Swishaoduo up and down with a complicated expression for a long while, and finally sighed. He didn't say anything, and didn't do anything for a long time. Suddenly, his mind was shaken again. Let's leave it to fate. How much you can get depends on your ability. He let out a long sigh. Swishaoduo only felt dizzy, and then fainted. Kid, you're just a shallow ant. You don't deserve to see me die. Right after Swishaoduo fainted, the figure began to dissipate bit by bit. Right at this moment, a figure suddenly flashed into appearance within the hall. This person wore a yellow robe, a crown on his head, a tall figure, and an extraordinary appearance. However, his entire body naturally flowed with an extraordinary aura of might that could reign supreme in the world and reign supreme in the starry sky, causing him to stand out from the crowd. He just stood there, but he made people feel that he was the only ruler of the starry sky for thousands of years. The yellow-robed man looked at the figure that was about to disappear, and said, Zhu Rong, are you leaving already? The figure paused and smiled bitterly. Dong Huang, I knew that your divine consciousness was here as well. The so-called leaving behind my legacy was ultimately just empty words. How could you let it go completely? After all, we are enemies. Brother Zhu Rong, you think too much. The yellow-robed man, who was Dong Huang's mind, said. But back then, after you and I fought, when you were defeated and died, I decided to let your remnant soul pass on the inheritance. Suddenly, I had a whim, and I felt something. It seemed to be a little bit of karma at that time. That's why a strand of my mind followed. It really has nothing to do with Brother Zhu Rong's inheritance. Dong Huang smiled warmly. How can people like you and I not know that at our level? If we have a whim, it's not a small matter. There must be karma. Zhu Rong's remnant soul laughed mockingly and said, Then can you see the karma of His Majesty Dong Huang's whim? Maybe it's on this kid. Dong Huang turned to look at Swishaoduo and said, This kid, even though his cultivation is as thin as paper, he's not ordinary. Chapter 1002. Zhu Rong's remnant soul sneered. Don't tell me you're interested in the demon odor on him? Unfortunately, I'm afraid His Majesty Dong Huang will be disappointed. It's just the demon odor left by the Huahuang sword. It has nothing to do with him. The demon odor on him is very strong. He's definitely not from the Wu people or the demon clan. He's just a pure human being. Dong Huang's deep eyes looked at Swishaoduo. He smiled faintly and said, Maybe. Zhu Rong's remnant soul said, Why did you choose to jump out now? Are you really not trying to stop me from inheriting? Dong Huang said faintly, If you're not in a hurry, why don't you stay with me for a while? Anyway, you can't influence anyone now. Why don't you stay for a while and verify my sudden inspiration back then? What's the cause and effect? Test. Cause and effect. Zhu Rong looked at him suspiciously. Dong Huang smiled and said, Zhu Rong, you're about to die. As for me, I will also leave after a while. Old friend, we only have an hour left to spend together. Are you really not willing to accompany me? Zhu Rong smiled coldly. Fine, I'll stay with you and see what your so-called sudden inspiration is. What's the cause and effect? Swishaoduo woke up slowly. Before he opened his eyes, he let out a long sigh of relief. I'm not dead. I'm still alive. It's so good to be alive. Well, since I'm alive, does that mean I've passed the test? Swishaoduo's entire body was drenched in cold sweat, as he rejoiced that he had narrowly escaped death. That was too scary just now. My soul felt like it was being completely taken over and controlled by someone. The feeling of not being in my hands was too scary. That's not right. This is strange. Didn't they say that the shamans don't cultivate their souls? Why is this Zhu Rong's spirit so powerful? It's like playing with my grandson. Even if my cultivation is a little weak. Well, it's not a little weak, it's much weaker. He stood up and looked at the grand hall. All he could see was emptiness and emptiness. He used his spirit to check, but still found nothing. Seems like he's really gone? Swishaoduo increased the power of his divine sense and searched around the hall again, but he still couldn't find anything. He couldn't help but muster up his courage and unleash all of his divine sense to search the hall to the limit. Still nothing. Instantly, he was 80% relieved. Long, Swishaoduo's divine sense connected to the Tower of Annihilation. Xiaolong stuck its head out and looked around. Boss, come out and look for the good stuff. Xiaolong was very excited. He wriggled out of the Tower of Annihilation and entered the hall to search for the good stuff. At this time, the Huahuang sword unexpectedly started to vibrate in Swishaoduo's hand. What do you mean? Are you going to look for the treasure too? Swishaoduo looked at the sword in his hand in surprise. Clang clang. The Huahuang sword buzzed. Swishaoduo let go of the Huahuang sword, and it flew away. This is so unexpected. The Huahuang sword took the initiative to look for the treasure, and Xiaolong didn't send any warning signs. It seems like this place is completely safe. Swishaoduo thought. Suddenly he burst into laughter. Senior Zhu Rong, this junior thanks you for your inheritance. In the future, when I go out, I will definitely praise Senior's great name. I hope that one day, I will be able to use Senior's divine power to shock the world and create another legend. Immediately, he knelt on the ground sincerely and kowtowed to the top of the hall. He knelt 3 times and kowtowed 9 times. His actions were solemn. However, there was only an echo in the hall. Other than that, there was no other response. I, Swishaoduo, swear on my own integrity. I will definitely not disappoint Senior Zhu Rong's intention to pass down the legacy, and I will not let you down. Still there was no response. Zhuo Xiaoduo did not give up, and continued to talk about how loyal he was, how he would never forget to repay a debt of gratitude, how a gentleman's promise was greater than 1,000 caddies, and so on. In short, he talked about how he was open and aboveboard, how he knew how to repay a debt of gratitude, and how he would never forget the person who dug the well when drinking water. He almost cut open his heart to show his sincerity, that after tossing and turning for a long time, there was still no response. During this period, Xiao Long came to report several times. This was just an empty palace, and there was no divine soul power. The Huahuang sword went here and there without any hindrance. At this point, Zhuo Xiaoduo was finally completely relieved. Xiao answered and came out. The three-legged golden crow stood majestically on top of Zhuo Xiaoduo's head. Mom! Good girl. Zhuo Xiaoduo waved his hand. Go out and play by yourself. See if you can find something good. Okay. Swoosh. Xiao flew away. The moment Xiao flew out and stood on her 3 legs, in a certain space, the ancestral wizard Zhurong, whose power had shaken both the ancient and modern times, and the Eastern Emperor Tai, who had dominated the world, opened their mouths wide at the same time, and their eyeballs bulged out. Xiao was as fast as lightning. It flew straight out of the palace, and plunged into the sea of fire outside, chirping happily. Chirp chirp. Are you two going out? Zhuo Xiaoduo asked Bai and Jiu. Bai and Jiu turned over without much interest. They floated in the sea of vitality with their bellies up. Obviously, they had no interest in the things here. At the end of the day, it was just that their attributes were not compatible. Xiao was a fire spirit, and she complemented the environment here. She was like a fish in water. On the other hand, Little White and Little Jiu were still of the wood attribute. Naturally, they were not interested in the fire attribute items of the Zhurong Grand Magus. They did not even want to take a second look at them. Zhuo Xiaoduo naturally wouldn't force them. He had more important things to do. He began to look for good things slowly, and bit by bit. Zhuo Xiaoduo was no longer in a hurry. At this moment, he wasn't the only one looking for good things here. Xiao Long was also scouting. His scouting was definitely much more detailed than his. Xiao Long could clearly see where there were good things, and where there weren't. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't find anything after walking around the palace. He looked around, and immediately fixed his eyes on the throne in the middle of the palace. He quickly walked forward and reached out his hand. An ordinary-looking jade stone was embedded at the side. It was removed, revealing a space inside. It was a crystal the size of a pigeon's egg. It was emitting a red light. It was covered by a thin layer of energy shield, and it was filled with pure fire element energy that could burn the heavens and destroy the earth. If this fire element crystal was compared to the heart of the scorching sun, the former would be the ancestor, while the latter would only be the grandson of the ancestor. In other words, there was no seniority between the two. The difference was too big. There was no comparison at all. However, the heart of the scorching sun was the most valuable fire element treasure Zhuo Xiaoduo had ever seen. He could only take it out for comparison. This is good stuff. It's the best treasure to help me practice the Flaming Sun scripture. I just don't know how long it will take for me to be qualified to use it for practice. Zhuo Xiaoduo was very self-aware at this moment. He knew that this thing was good, but its power was too strong. It was far beyond what he could handle. If he suddenly used it, he would be burned to ashes in an instant. Zhuo Xiaoduo collected a total of 36 fire element crystals like this on the throne. Then he waved his hand. He wanted to collect the entire throne. However, there was a flash and he collected nothing. It seems like these aren't real. They are all just images formed by energy. In other words, only the things that are left behind are real. The rest, including this hall, are just a state of extremely condensed fire energy. This kind of operation, this kind of ability to control fire, it's not just amazing. It's beyond my understanding. As expected of the Lord of all Flames, Zhuo Xiaoduo sat on the throne and studied tirelessly, carefully looking for any possibility of a gap. If it was an ordinary person, he would have given up long ago. How could there be any gaps in an energy-formed throne? What was the point of studying it? It was just a waste of time. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo was different. This was because Xiaolong had already investigated and confirmed that there was something in the throne. Only by finding a way to open it could one open it. Otherwise, there would only be a ball of nothingness. It would be like entering a treasure mountain and returning empty-handed. In fact, Xiaolong had already told Zhuo Xiaoduo that the thing inside was a book. When he heard the word book, Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes lit up. Book. He knew very well that the most precious thing in this kind of land of inheritance was never the resources. The fire dragon stone, the heart of fire, the mystery of the stars. They were all auxiliary resources, consumables. Even if it was a treasure of heaven and earth, it was just an external object. The only thing that was truly valuable was the words. Ancient books or jade slips of inheritance. These were the most precious things. Because these were often the cultivation methods or the life experiences of the owner of this place. This was the true meaning of a good item, especially for this kind of legendary almighty being. Even if he could get a word from him, it would be a great opportunity. Once he had an epiphany, he would reach the sky in one step. But how could he open it? He circled the throne back and forth, but after observing for a long time, he still couldn't find any gaps. Originally, anything in this hall could be considered a rare treasure in the world. This was especially true for Zhuo Xiaoduo, who cultivated a fire-type cultivation method. However, compared to the thing in this throne, everything else was just a minor detail. He studied it carefully, unwilling to let go of any opportunity. In a mysterious space, Zhu Wu Zhurong's remnant soul was full of shock as he watched the scenes unfold in the hall. His eyes grew bigger and bigger. What the fuck? What the fuck? Zhu Wu Zhurong's mouth was wide open, and his eyeballs were about to fall out. On the other side, Dong Huang's soul with the crown on his head still maintained a graceful smile. But it was obviously very difficult. Shock flashed across his eyes from time to time. This is your sudden inspiration? It's really strange. Zhu Wu Zhurong's face was full of disbelief. What's going on? You should know more than me, right? This kid. Is he Panga's incarnation? Chapter 1003. Dong Huang sighed. A little whim from countless years ago actually led to such a discovery. It's really unexpected. That dragon is definitely not ordinary. It's very likely similar to the legendary Pangu creator dragon. Only that kind of dragon has. Zhurong took a deep breath and said, yes, only the creator dragons have the supernatural ability to adjust and absorb the providence of the world. The purity of the providence flowing in the air is really eye-opening. That's right. And that little firebird, it's clearly a three-legged golden crow. And it's still alive? Zhu Wu Zhurong suddenly became furious. Isn't that a backup plan set up by the demon race thousands of years ago? Is this what you mean by a sudden impulse in karma? You still don't want to admit it. That three-legged golden crow is clearly the purest demon emperor bloodline. Dong Huang, it's beneath your dignity to deny it like this. Zhurong said angrily, You actually have the ability to set up the line thousands of years later. You showed up this time to show off, or to protect this three-legged golden crow. Thinking of this, Zhurong's face turned horrified. Dong Huang sighed helplessly. It's really not. Dong Huang smiled bitterly. Zhu Wu Zhurong really thinks too highly of me. If it was us who set it up, that would be great. He sighed. It's really not. If I had known that there was such a karma, I would have come in person. What can a mere wisp of divine consciousness do? Dong Huang was also very helpless. If it really had such ability, why would it be directly scattered and exiled? Is this one of the 10 princes? Zhurong was a little confused. Dong Huang was also a little confused. I don't understand. Is it not? Zhurong was shocked. Maybe. It really isn't. Dong Huang was really uncertain. Although Dong Huang had not interacted much with the 10 Golden Crow princes, he could still recognize them. However, the one in front of him was indeed a little unfamiliar. Moreover, looking at the level of its spirit, it seemed to be much more agile than the other newborn ones. However, he clearly had the pure bloodline of a demon emperor. But why did he call the kid below his mother? What the hell? Even though Dong Huang was a peerless almighty, he was still a little confused about the twists and turns in this matter. Isn't he one of the 10 princes? Then it could only be that Emperor Jun gave birth to 11 golden crows? This is just an illegitimate child. Zhuwu Zhurong's remnant soul was puzzled. Dong Huang's face darkened. Zhurong, don't spout nonsense. But how do you explain that? I don't understand at all. Don't say that Zhuwu Zhurong doesn't know what's going on. Even I don't understand what's going on. Dong Huang's face was also full of confusion. If his real body was here, he would naturally be able to divine and deduce the heavenly secrets. However, he was only a wisp of divine consciousness now and could not deduce the heavenly secrets at all. Naturally, he could not find out the origin of this 3-legged golden crow, or its background. But why would this golden crow call that kid mother? Could it be that the kid is good-looking and caught the demon emperor's eye? Has the demon emperor's taste changed to this? Zhu Rong mumbled to himself. Dong Huang's face was as black as charcoal. Shut up, Zhu Rong immediately said in confusion. No, even if the demon emperor's taste has changed, that kid is still a male. No matter what, he can't give birth. Even if he can give birth, he can't be called mother. Even if he can really give birth, he can't give birth to a crow. It can't be a 3-legged crow either. Dong Huang glanced sideways and frowned unhappily. You keep calling him a crow. Who are you scolding? I forgot that you are also. Zhuwu Zhurong was a little embarrassed. I finally understand. This kid must be a person with great fortune. Otherwise, how could he gather so many opportunities? Zhu Rong's remnant soul murmured. I gave my inheritance to him. It's not a disgrace to me. He has the Creator's Providence Dragon, the 3-legged golden crow, a direct descendant of the demon clan, the sword of Empress Hua, and the inheritance of my clan's Gong Gong. If he also has the inheritance of my fire, he won't harm the Wu people no matter what. Dong Huang said indifferently. I don't believe that you didn't notice the yin and yang energy flowing in his body. Of course I did. However, the yin and yang energy flowing in his body, and becoming one with him, is not a manifestation of his cultivation method. There must be something else. There must be something else. Dong Huang frowned and thought for a while. Then he said, It's a pity that I can't predict the future. It's hard to find out the truth. However, I can be sure that since ancient times, very few people have such great providence. He is indeed a person with great providence. Zhu Rong's remnant soul asked, How does he compare to you guys back then? Dong Huang was silent for a long time. Then he said, This kid, if we calculate based on his age, he should be in his early 20s now. After saying this, he didn't say anything else. However, Zhu Rong already understood. 20 years old. Since ancient times, which powerful person could gather all the innate providence at the age of 20? There were too many treasures of heaven and earth in the world, too many resources, and too many fortuitous encounters that could help one's cultivation advance by leaps and bounds, allowing one to ascend to the heavens in a single bound. However, innate providence was hard to find, and the most important thing, Dong Huang and the Demon Emperor obviously didn't have such achievements when they were at this age. When he was at this age, his combat strength might be higher than this kid's, but in terms of providence, he was as far away as heaven and earth. This kid had already gathered the providence of the heavenly Tao, Yin and Yang, the human clan, the Wu people, and the demon clan. Moreover, it was the kind of pure providence that went against the innate providence. This was simply a heaven-defying monster. Dong Huang was silent for a while. Then he said, If he still has an innate spiritual treasure, I really don't know how to judge him. That's true. Only people at their level knew that if he had all these, and had an innate spiritual treasure, recognize him as its master. He would be treated as a saint. Since ancient times, how many saints had there been? If he even has an innate spiritual treasure now, then he can only be the son of the heavenly Tao. Zhu Rong ancestral magus sighed. Surprisingly, a trace of jealousy could be sensed from his voice. He was a little envious and jealous. Innate spiritual treasure. I've seen it many times in my life, but it was always used by others to beat me. I've never had one myself. It's not so easy to have an innate spiritual treasure. It's very difficult to have an innate spiritual treasure recognize him as its master. This kid's cultivation is not enough, so he can't do it. However, it's hard to say what will happen in the future, Dong Huang said leisurely. That's true. But if the three-legged golden crow recognizes him as its master, it's not much different from an innate spiritual treasure. The more Dong Huang thought about it, the more strange he felt. Moreover, this three-legged golden crow couldn't be wandering outside like this, right? This was the pure bloodline of the demon emperor. Although the couple didn't know yet that Zhu Rong felt that his remnant soul was becoming more and more unstable. He chuckled and said with infinite optimism, I don't have time to see it. I'm going to die. Dong Huang, this is how it will be in this life. His eyes were a little misty. When he thought of the time when he was with his brothers, a dignified face seemed to appear in front of him, criticizing him. Can you not be impulsive? Am I still me if I'm not impulsive? Zhu Rong's expression was a little strange and ashamed. Back then, brothers, do you still hate me? Do you still remember me? I am leaving. Let's wait a little longer. Dong Huang smiled warmly. Back then, I was seized by a whim. First, I predicted that strange things would happen to your inheritance in the future. Second, I wanted to send you on a journey and send you to reincarnation. You've endured for so many years, and I'm afraid your remnant soul is unable to pass through reincarnation. I've been your enemy for a lifetime, but I'm glad to have an enemy like you. I'll send you back and hope that there will be a day when we can fight again in the future. Reincarnation, Zhu Rong muttered to himself. Do I have to do it again? He looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo in the hall, and also looked at the three-legged golden crows that were crazily pecking at the food outside. Then, he turned to look at Dong Huang's expression. Suddenly, Zhu Rong laughed. I, Zhu Rong, only live in this life and do not ask for an afterlife. As he spoke, suddenly, with a bang, his remnant soul exploded and turned into specks of starlight. It seemed that he would no longer exist in the world, and there would be no trace of him in the future. Dong Huang sighed slowly. Even if you don't want to accept my favor, you don't have to make trouble for me like this. Old opponent, I really hope you can have an afterlife. I look forward to the day when we can fight again in the future. You really haven't changed your temper for thousands of years. Before he finished speaking, Dong Huang's divine sense also burned up. It suddenly showed a boundless power, gathering all the specks of starlight left by Zhu Rong's remnant soul. Then, he turned to look at Zhuo Xiaoduo and smiled bitterly. You old bastard, you deliberately split your own soul to prevent me from sending this message back, right? At this moment, I have to turn my divine sense into heavenly fire to gather your remnant soul and reincarnate. Then, I can only return a little bit of my true spirit, but I can't bring back any more information. Zhu Rong, you don't look like a person who is so calculative. Who said that the Wu people are the most simple and not scheming? Dong Huang sighed softly as purple flames rose all over his body. Fine, fine. People in the future have their own destinies. Old friend, I'll send you on your way. Then he turned into a dense flame, mixed with Zhu Rong's remnant soul, and flew into the sky, swaggering away. What a pity, what a pity. I wanted to follow this kid, but I didn't have the chance in the end. This Zhu Rong, I really don't know if he's such a rash person, or if he's become so scheming after so many years. From the beginning to the end, Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't know that he was being peeped at by two old men. At this moment he only felt regret. It was such a good opportunity, but why didn't Bai and Jiu come out to take a look? God knows how many good things they missed, that he continued to fiddle around on the throne, tirelessly. I don't believe that I can't open it. It was probably because Zhuo Xiaoduo had explored the entire throne for a long time. Suddenly, Zuoxiao's palm moved. It seemed like he had inexplicably pressed some mechanism. Whoosh! The throne instantly turned into a stream of light and disappeared. But a book made of unknown material, and a jade slip fell out with a bang. Chapter 1004. Ioyo. Don't break it. Zuoxiaoduo picked it up with a pained heart. Picking up the book, he saw that there was no title on the cover page. There was only a ball of fire that looked like it was burning. But for some reason, he couldn't open a single page of the book. Zuoxiaoduo tried again and again. He was cautious at the beginning, but in the end he used all his strength. But it was like a mayfly trying to shake a tree. He didn't gain anything. Zuoxiaoduo knew that his cultivation was low, so this result wasn't surprising. But he had already obtained the mysterious book, but he couldn't do anything about it. Wasn't this too disappointing? Suddenly he had an idea. He immediately activated the power of the Flaming Sun scripture. The ball of fire on the cover page suddenly changed and shone brightly. As the power of the Flaming Sun scripture continued to pour in, the ball of fire became brighter and brighter. In the end, it gradually became like the sun in the sky, making people unable to look at it directly. And at this moment, the first page of the book finally opened. What is fire? I am fire. I am not a controller of fire, nor am I a user of fire. It is because I am fire myself. Cultivators must remember this. This was the preface. But with just these few words, Zuoxiaoduo suddenly felt enlightened. I am fire and fire is me. Not bad, not bad. This is the true essence of cultivating fire elemental skills. No wonder he is the #1 fire elemental master in history. No wonder he is the king of all flames in the legends. Zuoxiaoduo was full of admiration as he continued to read. Elemental fire arts. Unsurprisingly, this was a skill. It was the supreme fire elemental skill that Zhu Wu Zhurong cultivated. As Zuoxiaoduo read, he compared it with his own Flaming Sun scripture. He found that there were many similarities. But as he continued to read, he found that there were too many areas that were much more profound than the Flaming Sun scripture. Of course, this was reasonable. Uncle Nan Shui, Nan Zhengxian had given him the Flaming Sun scripture. It was one of the best fire attribute scriptures in the world, and could be called the best fire attribute scripture in the world. This was absolutely irrefutable. But when compared to the lifetime inheritance of the fire god Zhurong, the lord of all fires and flames, there was still a huge gap. But no matter what, the Flaming Sun divine art had provided Zuoxiaoduo with the most stable foundation of a fire tribute cultivation technique. It allowed him to understand this inheritance technique and seamlessly inherit Zhurong's primordial fire determination technique. It's so good, it's so well written. Sigh, at least it's better than mine. After roughly flipping through it, Zuoxiaoduo stored it in his space ring, as if he had found a treasure. His current cultivation was still shallow. Being able to understand it was one thing, but to actually practice it was another matter. This kind of super secret manual had to be studied repeatedly before he could really practice it. Even if the essence of the attributes was the same and could be seamlessly linked, changing cultivation methods still required a process. And now was obviously not the time. After reading the secret manual, Zuoxiaoduo planned to use his divine sense to open the jade slip again. But after thinking about it, he decided to give up. He didn't need to look at it to know that it must contain Zhu Wu Zhurong's lifetime of cultivation comprehension. With his current divine sense, how could he withstand the infusion of the insights of an expert like Zhu Wu? Zuoxiaoduo, who had always been the best at seeking advantages and avoiding disadvantages, would never take such an unnecessary risk. Especially in his current situation, Zuoxiaoduo was very afraid that if he was careless, even if he didn't die, the inheritance palace would disappear at the right time. Wouldn't he become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered? It's better to wait until I go back and find someone with a high cultivation to protect me. Only then can I comprehend in peace. With this protector, and this protector having the ability to wake me up at any time, I'll be safe. Now that I'm in the enemy's camp, there's no need to take risks. This thing can't be tried casually. Zhuoxiaoduo's mind was still very clear. He knew what to do and what not to do. Immediately, he put away the jade slip. Then, he began to carefully search the entire palace. With Xiao Long leading the way, Zhuoxiaoduo really searched like a locust swarm passing through. He didn't miss anything at all. As mentioned before, most of the palace was made up of illusory energy. The real things that could be hidden in it were naturally the good things that Zhuwu Zhurong had collected in his lifetime. Zhuoxiaoduo found a box, then another box. Later, when he opened an inconspicuous space ring, his eyes widened. Damn! It was filled to the brim with the heart of the scorching sun. No, this should be something of a higher level than the heart of the scorching sun. Each and every one of them was shining with a dark red light. It felt as if the whole world was going to explode. When Zhuoxiaoduo saw this, he was so excited that his body trembled. There were more than a few thousand inside. There were at least tens of thousands of them. If the heart of the scorching sun was a pure fire attribute geocentric astral soul's jade, then these in front of him were pure fire attribute hearts of stars. The entire space ring was half filled with these things. Further inside there was a layer of seal. That meant that there were definitely other good things inside. But he didn't know what they were. Although the heart of the scorching sun, and the new fire attribute heart of the scorching sun, were of a higher level than the heart of the scorching sun, it was still too high. It was far beyond what Zhuoxiaoduo could use at the moment. However, these fire attribute hearts of the stars could be replaced with the Tower of Annihilation as a new heat source. Zhuoxiaoduo was originally worried that the heart of the scorching sun from before had dried up, and there was no better replacement. Now pillows were delivered to him, just as he was about to doze off. Moreover, there were many pillows delivered to him at the same time. How timely! Zhuoxiaoduo quickly searched the entire palace. However, the process was more like wherever Zhuoxiaoduo went, the place collapsed. After taking out the things inside, it would naturally collapse without the support of fixed energy. As Zhuoxiaoduo took out more and more treasures, the palace collapsed faster. However, the energy that collapsed was not wasted. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a stream of light and joined the sea of fire in the distance. The flames grew higher and higher, and a figure slowly rose from the flames. It was an indomitable giant. As the flames grew higher and the temperature became hotter, the flame giant also became bigger and bigger. If anyone who knew about Zhuwu Zhurong saw this, they would definitely be in disbelief. Because the legendary Zhuwu Zhurong had a fiery temperament and would explode at the slightest provocation. As long as there was a slight offense, he would fight with the heavens and earth. He would even fight with other Zhuwu without exception. He would never admit defeat in his life. He had been domineering all his life. His face was always full of anger. However, at this moment, the divine image of Zhu Rong that rose from the sea of fire looked indifferent. There was a hint of reluctance in his eyes, a hint of longing, a hint of guilt and nostalgia. However, there was more relief. It was relief that he could leave with peace of mind. Then, the flame giant slowly rose into the air. When it reached a height of several hundred zhang, its feet were still on the ground, and it didn't actually lift itself up. This was the Zhu Rong ancestor of Magus, saying goodbye to this world for the last time. No one would have thought that Zhuwu Zhurong, who was rumored to be neutral like fire, fighting with the heavens and earth, and causing trouble crazily all his life, would use such an extreme relief. It was as if he had been enlightened. There was no hatred, no anger, no complaints, no unwillingness. It was just indifference and relief that he left just like that, taking his leave. On the other side, Zhao's black figure was still flashing freely in the flames. Its little sharp beak bit by bit, sucking the essence of the innate true fire into its mouth. Its eating speed was so fast that it was like a fleeting shadow. From afar, one could even see thousands of three-legged golden crows flying wantonly in the sea of fire. Zhao was very excited and cherished it. It was determined not to let go of any essence of the fire element. Even if he couldn't digest it himself, he had to store it all in his own space. This was Zhu Wu's innate true fire, the purest innate fire element. If it missed this chance, it would not have another chance. Although Xiao was confused and did not know what it was, he knew that it was good stuff and could not let go of it. As for the good stuff in the palace, Xiao did not care about it. Yes, his mother was inside. Naturally, his mother would pack up all the good things inside and take them away. After that, she would even share the profits with him. My mother received it. Can you give me some? The essence of the innate true fire outside had started to burn, but it was impossible to take it all away. It would be a waste if it did not take more. Xiao naturally did not know what kind of opportunity it had encountered. Even when the demon clan ruled the heavenly court and dominated the world, the 10 golden crow princes of the demon clan only mastered the power of the sun's innate true fire. None of them could touch Zhu Wu's innate true fire, let alone cultivate it. At that time, the war between the demon clan and the demon clan was earth-shattering. How could Zhu Wu reveal his cultivation method and innate true fire to the princes of the demon clan, who were his mortal enemies? Therefore, what Xiao was in contact with now was a great opportunity that even Demon Emperor Jun and Dong Huangtai did not have. Moreover, this fortune would cease to exist along with the departure of Grand Shaman Jerome. Xiao felt that as it ate, even the feathers on its body became brighter and brighter, shining more and more. The originally pitch-black feather was now like a bright moon disk, sparkling and translucent, like a divine object. Xiao ate crazily with its little sharp beak. Gradually, it felt that its neck could not take it anymore. It had eaten too many times. It did not know how much it had eaten, and how much it had stored. In any case, his innate storage space was about to be filled up. Even Xiao herself felt that it was inconceivable. This is how I usually eat. I'm a crow, and I eat my food bit by bit. What kind of natural ability is this? Today my neck could not take it anymore because of eating. I have lived for a long time. Would he get cervical spondylosis after eating just one meal? If I really get cervical spondylosis from eating too much, I will definitely become a legend. The first three-legged golden crow, who got cervical spondylosis from eating too much. Chapter 1005. Xiao felt a little conflicted. My neck feels really uncomfortable. But this energy is too good, too pure, and too delicious. Even if I get cervical spondylosis from eating this, I am willing to do it. Pain and happiness, no worries, no worries. I will gladly endure this hardship. Xiao continued to fly with all her might, and continued to crazily eat. On the other side, the Wahuang sword quietly floated in the air amidst the flames. It was like a whale sucking in the sea of flames, sucking in the boundless fire energy into its body. Wherever it passed, the flames that were originally extremely bright and blazing would gradually dim. But once the flames in a certain area dimmed slightly, the Wahuang sword would immediately change its location. It floated in the air, and every time it moved, it would cover a certain area. At first, it was only a few zhang in radius, but as it absorbed the energy, it gradually recovered, and the area it could cover, while floating in the air, gradually expanded to several li. The boundless sea of flames was like a flood that had found a place to pour, rushing into the Wahuang sword's body. The Wahuang sword was different from Xiao. Xiao was absorbing the essence of the innate true fire, which was the essence of the fire element. On the other hand, the Wahuang sword was not able to quickly digest the essence of the innate true fire, because its body was much weaker. Previously, it had inexplicably merged with Zhu Rong's power, so it could not quickly digest the essence of the innate true fire. On the other hand, the scattered sea of flames was easier to absorb. The current situation of obtaining great benefits made the Wahuang sword feel unprecedentedly happy. It was in high spirits, and felt that it was quickly recovering. If this kind of fire can continue burning like this for a year, I will be able to replenish all my energy here, and I will be in perfect condition. I will be able to recover the heavenly power that I had when I accompanied the Empress to mend the sky. At that time, even if I meet Boss Zhong, I will dare to threaten him. If you hit me again, I will fight back. If I face Boss Sword, I can also happily say, I am about to catch up to you, ho ho. Don't hit me now. You can hit me again in the future. It will be more satisfying. Zhou Xiaoduo was looting inside, while Xiao and the Huahuang sword were looting outside. All three parties were trying their best to keep the loot on their bodies. All three parties knew that if they missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be another one. Moreover, this opportunity wouldn't last for long. These three fellows, one greedy one after the other, crazily plundering. Naturally, Hai Hunshan and the others also entered the palace. In fact, the palace that Hai Hunshan and the others entered was exactly the same as the one that Zhou Xiaoduo entered. Hai Hunshan was the first to enter, and he also found a lot of good things. Hai Hunshan was more careful, and from the moment he entered, he started to touch the first place he saw. This space couldn't exist for too long, so he had to be quick. Hai Hunshan's mind was very clear. He was not confused at all. In a few minutes, Hai Hunshan felt that he had struck gold. He had already collected more than a dozen treasures that could only be found in legends outside. Then there were more than 20, more than 30. Hai Hunshan became more and more excited, and more proud of himself. Struck gold. This time he really struck gold big time. The others were about the same. Sha Hun and the others were basically in the same state of excitement. The only one who was different from the others was Sha Hun. After Sha Hun entered, the moment he opened his eyes, he rushed straight to the throne. The places that he had just entered must have been searched by those fellows who had entered first. I have to start from the depths to reap the rewards. Although it seemed like it was divided into 10 palaces, and everyone could enter, and after entering, one person would occupy the entire palace. However, in reality, there was still only one legacy palace. The total number of good things would not change. Only with the passage of time, the treasures would gradually decrease until they were completely taken away. The process in between, if described in clearer terms, would be starting from Hai Hunshan, who entered first. He entered at 15 o'clock in the afternoon. Then at this time, Hai Hunshan had a complete palace, and nothing inside had been touched. But when Hai Hunshan started to collect the things inside, for example, if the time of the second entry was 15:01:20, then in this 1 minute and 20 seconds, the test item that was taken away by Sea Spirit Mountain would no longer exist in this palace, and would not be produced out of thin air. As for the rest, if you took one of them, when I found this place again, it would already be gone. Although it looked like the same palace, in reality, it was already different. Therefore, the 9 people of the Umno Alliance and Zhou Xiaoduo all had something to gain. But in essence, it was equivalent to these 10 people tearing down the legacy palace at the same time. Zhou Xiaoduo was the last to enter, so theoretically, he should have obtained the least things. However, due to the special design of the throne, many people tried to decipher the secrets of the throne, and wasted a lot of time. There were originally 4 books and jade slips inside, but now there were 2 sets. Zhou Xiaoduo inexplicably triggered the mechanism, and obtained the books and jade slips. Hai Hunshan and Sha Hun, who were in the other palaces, also opened the other side of the armrest. The final result was that Sha Hun obtained a book, and Hai Hunshan obtained a jade slip. When the 2 of them turned around to look for the other side of the armrest, naturally, there was nothing left. Zhou Xiaoduo had already taken it. Similar situations happened to the others, but the rest of them could only open the mechanism of the armrest. But after opening the mechanism, it was already empty. The 10 people continued to search for treasures, but at the same time, they accelerated the process of tearing down the palace, and at the same time, released the energy that formed the palace. As more and more energy was released, it also meant that more and more treasures were taken away. The lifetime collection of the first generation Zhu was divided among the 10 people. When they reached the back of the palace, the speed of the palace's collapse became faster and faster. None of the 10 people were willing to be left behind, and everyone began to work hard. Sha Diao and Sha Yu, who were left behind, were anxious as they watched the palace collapse in front of them. All the good things were taken away. It was too backward. We can't waste any more time in the same place. Let's go straight to the front. Sha Diao thought in his heart, and then suddenly rushed forward. On the other side, Sha Yu also had the same idea. They were indeed siblings. Although they had obtained enough things, who would complain about having more of such dreamy treasures? Even if there were 10 times or 100 times more, they would definitely not complain about having more. But when the two of them rushed to the front, they found that the palace had already started to slowly collapse from top to bottom. Then, the entire palace slowly collapsed just like that. There's still the foundation. Sha Yu lowered her head and dived down. But the foundation had already started to turn into fire energy and started to dissipate. Who is this? Why is he so fucking professional? How can he collect it so quickly? In such a short period of time, the foundation has been taken away? Sha Yu finally couldn't hold it in and started to curse. As the noble daughter of the 12 great clans, Sha Yu rarely got angry. The aristocratic temperament that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years had already been deeply ingrained in the descendants of the great magi. But now, she really couldn't hold it in anymore and kept on cursing. It was really too infuriating. Who is this? To be able to do such a professional job of smashing and robbing the foundation. If you're so capable, why don't you just go to heaven? Why are you fighting with us laymen? Could it be Hai Hun Shan? Or that darn Sha Hun? Or was it the treacherous Tu Yunduan? Anyway, it couldn't be Zhou Xiaoduo. Zhou Xiaoduo was a human. It was already good enough that he wasn't immediately crushed into smithereens after entering Zhu Wu's space. No matter what, it couldn't be done to this extent, right? This was a consensus. Everyone knew that Zhou Xiaoduo had the bloodline of the humankind after all. And the Zhu Rong ancestral magus had always paid attention to the purity of the bloodline. This was Zhu Wu Zhu Rong's space of inheritance. No matter what, it couldn't be taken away by the human race. Even if Zhou Xiaoduo wasn't beaten to death, it was impossible for him to obtain too much from this space of inheritance. The foundation collapsed very quickly. At the same time, the rest of the palace began to crumble as well. Soon everything collapsed, including the palace above. Boom! Just as the foundation turned into flames, the 9 disciples of the great shaman clan in different timelines and spaces cursed at the same time. Who? That darn person. This is too fucking professional. At least leave some behind. It's too clean. In front there seems to be an intact part of the wall that collapsed. It should be. What the hell, who did this? Everything under my feet has been emptied. Who the hell is this? The 9 of them were flustered and exasperated to the extreme. This was because everyone had agreed not to be the first to move the foundation. They all knew that there were good things. However, digging the foundation was equivalent to destroying the foundation of the palace. They couldn't do anything about it. Even if they wanted to move, they had to collect what was above first. If they destroyed the foundation first, the part of the palace wall above would collapse and disappear. That would be troublesome. By the time everyone finished collecting what was above, they would already be at the other end of the palace. At that time, everyone would turn back and start collecting the foundation together. In this way, everyone would have a harvest. Anyway, the foundation was here. It couldn't run away. However, what they didn't expect was that when they were more than half done, someone actually started to attack the foundation. Aren't you afraid of being smashed to death, you bastard? Tu Yanxiao cursed loudly. He was mad. Just now, he had seen a treasure and had reached out to grab it. However, all of a sudden, he had grabbed nothing but air. This was too infuriating. Since it had been seen, it must have been there when he saw it. Then in this 100th of a second, who could be so fast? It was fine if this kind of thing happened once or twice. However, Tu Yanxiao had encountered it more than 90 times. Tomorrow is the Lantern Festival. I wish everyone a happy Lantern Festival. Chapter 1006. After being disappointed so many times, Tu Yanxiao felt like his liver was about to explode from anger. This is simply inhumane. What a fucking unlucky bastard. It's either Hai Hun Shan or Sha Hun. When I get out, I won't forgive these two bastards. Just as the 9 of them were cursing, Shuo walked out of the palace. Well, there was no palace anymore. He had come out from the foundation. Who else could do such a wicked thing other than him, Shuo? Who else could it be but me? When it comes to looting treasures, who can compare to me, Shuo? It's a pity that not all of it is mine. I only took a large part of it. It's a pity. Shuo deeply felt that it was a fly in the ointment. These disciples of the UMNO alliance are too greedy. Don't they know that greed is the source of all disasters? This is outrageous. How dare they steal my things? Although I didn't get a lot, at least I got something. Shuo was very dissatisfied. If I got a little more, I could have filled the space ring. Why didn't I get more? If the Flood Witch heard this, she would beat him to death. Ever since I got that life ring, I've never filled it to the brim, not even 1/10 of it. You've already filled it to the brim now. What else do you want? It's a space ring full of treasures, not demon beast meat. And you even got Zuwu Zhurong's space ring. What else do you want? What else do you want? After going out, Shuo instinctively adjusted his expression. The expression on his face changed from complacency and excitement to depression, disappointment, and indescribable blankness. That it was an indescribable blankness that was full of sorrow but had nowhere to speak. Just by looking at this expression, one could tell that this kid must have come back empty-handed in the space of inheritance. He might have even been beaten up. Otherwise, why would he have such a lifelike expression of despair and regret? He looked at the sea of fire with a melancholy expression. His eyes were red, and he squeezed his eyes from time to time. He looked like he was about to cry but couldn't. Or maybe he was trying hard to hold back his emotions. I am very sad, but I want face. I can't cry. I can't lose face. Not long after, the entire palace turned into energy and dissipated, completely dispersing into the surrounding sea of flames. The 9 descendants of the UMNO alliance also walked out one by one. Coincidentally, as if they had discussed it beforehand, everyone's mood was not very good, and they all had an expression of not getting anything. Hai Hunshan frowned as soon as he appeared. His face was filled with disappointment, and unwillingness. In short, he looked very upset. Sha Han also narrowed his eyes and sighed softly. From time to time, he would turn his head back with a disappointed expression. Kami no Su's face was filled with unwillingness. Sha Yu's face was filled with disappointment, unwillingness, and sadness. Shaja's face was filled with self-blame and regret. Tu Yanxiao sighed and pulled at his hair. His face was filled with regret, which was unbearable to look at. Yan Ziki turned his head back 3 times with every step. The unwillingness on his face was practically overflowing. Only Sha Diao looked happy and high-spirited. Obviously, he had gained a lot. Just by looking, one could tell that even if the previous 8 people did not gain nothing, they had gained very little. Only Sha Diao alone was the big winner of this battle. He had gained a grand slam. The ugly daughter-in-law had to meet her parents-in-law eventually. The 10 of them gathered outside, and in the sea of fire in the distance, that indomitable giant was slowly rising. Out of the 10 people here, 9 of them had melancholy expressions on their faces, and one of them was as happy as if he had just married a new wife. Shuo looked at the 9 people of the Wu people with a disappointed and sad expression. His voice was a little hoarse. You guys gained a lot in Zhu Wu's land of inheritance, right? Gained a lot? Ha ha ha, congratulations. Hai Hunshan sighed sadly. He was so conflicted that his intestines were about to be knotted. He rolled his tongue and habitually smacked it on his nose. He said, Indeed, it's a little disappointing. This is completely different from what I imagined. Gain sigh. Sha Han, you gained a lot, right? Sha Han shook his head and sighed, a bitter smile on his face. As the saying goes, cleverness leads to the downfall of cleverness. There are many smart people in this world, and there are even more clever people. I didn't think I would be like this. I was tempted by wealth and hoped for a fluke. Sigh. But if I say now that I really didn't gain much, would anyone still believe me? Tu Yunxiao said. I also didn't expect that the great Zhu Wu's palace of inheritance would have so few treasures. Tu Yunyun also said. Yeah, it's really disappointing. Xiaoyu said, can you guys stop complaining? Compared to you guys, I'm probably the one who gained the least. I didn't even get anything. Shaja said, haha. I don't even know what to say when I get out. It's too embarrassing. I only had one super big opportunity in my life. I entered Zuwu's Palace of Inheritance, but I only gained so little. What can I do with it? Kami no Su hesitated for a moment but still sighed. I really want to say that my gains are barely satisfactory. But the truth is not satisfactory. It's so embarrassing. Sigh. Yin Ziki said. I was just a little bit away from being bald. Sha Jiao looked at each of them, his face full of shock, doubt and disbelief. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and glared. What do you all mean? You didn't gain anything? How is this possible? I clearly saw so many treasures, so many fantastic items. If it wasn't Zhu Wu's Palace of Inheritance, where else could there be such treasures? Where else could there be such treasures? You guys aren't lying through your teeth, are you? The more Sha Diao thought about it, the more he felt that these people were not telling the truth. He suddenly became indignant. You can't be so shameless. The 8 of them turned their heads in unison and looked at Sha Diao's face with burning eyes. All kinds of emotions flashed in their eyes. Sha Diao, could it be that you're gained a lot? That can't be, right? Think about it carefully. Sha Diao glared and said, in such a good place, there are treasures everywhere. Of course I gained a lot. Why? You guys didn't gain much? How is this possible? Impossible, absolutely impossible. I clearly saw so many good things, but when I went over, they were already gone. You guys must have taken them away. You guys are lying. Even if not all of you are lying, there must be someone who isn't telling the truth. That's right. The 8 of them stared at Sha Diao in unison. For a moment, they all had the urge to rush over and strangle him alive in their hearts. This bastard. Isn't he Sha Diao? How did he suddenly become smart? Should this be called great wisdom appears to be stupidity, or great stupidity appears to be wisdom? After sighing with emotion, they all felt inexplicably dejected. He is Sha Diao. He is really a Sha Diao. No matter if it is great wisdom appears to be stupidity, or great stupidity appears to be wisdom, he is still a Sha Diao. If you try to reason with Sha Diao, you will only be looking for trouble. You won't be torturing others. You will only be torturing yourself. For a moment, the 8 of them stopped talking to Sha Diao. They couldn't speak anymore. If they did, they would only be shaken off more by this guy. Hai Hunshan looked at Zhua Xiaoduo with a heavy face and said, Zhua, I didn't expect that in our Umno Alliance's space of inheritance, you would still be the biggest winner. This Zhua. I'm speaking sincerely from the bottom of my heart. Sha Hun said, yes, Zhua is indeed Zhua. In fact, my generation is comparable to a fake. Everyone praised him with all their might. Their flattery was like the overflowing yellow river. It was unstoppable, rolling in and reverberating in the air for a long time. Zhua is wise and powerful. Zhua must have gained a lot. Zhua must have returned with a full load. We are really ashamed of our inferiority. We are far inferior. Zhua Xiaoduo listened to everyone's praises. He looked like he was about to cry. His expression became more and more emotional. He shook his head and said gloomily, don't say any more. Don't say any more. What's wrong? Zhua Xiaoduo was speechless. It really is the Hall of Inheritance. The bloodline requirement is really too unfair. What's wrong with you? How is it unfair? What's wrong? The moment I entered, I fell asleep. What else do you want? Zhua Xiaoduo's face was full of disappointment and his eyes were red. I've been sleeping like this until now. When I woke up, the palace was collapsing. If I wasn't alert, I would have been swallowed by the sea of fire. This is simply too fucking bad. Zhua Xiaoduo was indescribably angry. He said hatefully, if I had known this would happen, why would I have gone through so much trouble to go in? Just so that I can sleep in it? I'm helping the enemy. I'm helping the enemy. How can I face Father Xinghan again? Everyone looked at each other. Zhua Xiaoduo's expression was too real. There was no falsehood in it at all. It was completely from the bottom of his heart. There was no acting at all. If this was still considered acting, then it could only be said that this guy's acting skills were too good. All the major awards, movies, television dramas, stage plays, they all owed him a Best Actor or 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 Best Actor awards. You really didn't get anything? Sha Diao was stunned, looking at Zhuo Xiaoduo's face, which was so depressed that he was about to explode with rage and was about to cry. He couldn't help but comfort him sympathetically. Actually, we already guessed that Zhuo wouldn't be able to get anything, because it was written in the ancient records that the bloodline rejection was the first choice in the land of inheritance. Even if someone coincidentally entered the land of inheritance, it would be difficult for him to get anything. For example, Zhuo only slept for a while and didn't suffer any backlash. He was already very lucky. So, Zhuo, we already expected that you would return empty-handed. Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes widened. You mean, you already knew? Then why didn't you say so at the beginning? Everyone looked embarrassed. With Zhuo Xiaoduo behind his back, he looked at Sha Diao with his knife-like eyes. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.